In today's project, we want to teach you, we're actually going to work with some unique material. So let's go overhead. We are going to work with some stiff felt, so you can cut it with your fine point blade. We're then going to use some like flocked HTV, which is just chef's kiss. And then we're going to use some green flocked HTV and some regular black. Okay, so that's what we're doing today. We're going to take an Arabesque file and we're going to kind of work with it. It's going to be super, super fun. I'm so, so excited to do that. And yeah, it's going to be incredible. So if you guys are ready, let's head over to Design Space. And I am super, super, super excited. Let me press continue. Messages is giving me a little trouble today. So we're just going to close you out. Beautiful. And yeah, so we're right here at our amazing supplies. And one of the things we've linked is this Arabesque tile file from makersgonnalearn.com. So you definitely need to grab your membership if you haven't already, so you can get our Arabesque tile. So let's go ahead and download it. And that is incredible. So let's go over here to Cricut Design Space. We're going to upload this image, but first we unzip the file as always. So beautiful. And for some reason it's already unzipped, so beautiful. We'll click continue. And yay, press upload. And you can see it is right here. So, but yeah, so once we're here, we have the original cut file. I always like to have the kind of like finished one over to my left just so I can reference. And it's always very helpful for me. So let's just select this and duplicate it. And what we need to do is we need to create the inner piece and the outer piece. So how we'll do that is we will actually add an offset, and then we'll be able to size one down. So I was going to do quite a bit of slicing, but as I talked through that, I'm like, wait, why would we work harder? We do not want to work harder here. So let's go ahead and delete one of these. And what we'll do is select this. Now it does look like
it has been stretched. So
yeah.
This Arabesque tile has been stretched. The one thing that you need to think about though, before you size it down too much, when you are recreating this project, you must measure the size of your ribbon and make sure that the slots that you create are large enough to put your ribbon through. So I wouldn't size it down a ton just yet.
Yeah.
I would probably create my little slot first.
Yeah.
Measure your ribbon
so
and then create your slot.
Yeah, let me measure my ribbon. So let's go overhead. And this will be really, really awesome to just show y'all. So you can see our ribbon, we're using about a 3/4 inch wide width ribbon.
Does it tell you on the front of the package as well?
Oh my gosh, of course it tells us. So it says...
That one's larger than the black one. That's green.
I was about to say.
Yeah, that's larger than the black one because that's green and she cut the black one down.
Yes. Okay, so yeah, we have this one. So this is actually a pretty large one if we just went with it, or we could cut it down too.
You can do either or.
Yeah.
Is that an inch and a half?
No, this is just an inch, but it looks super large. So I don't know if we want to try to make a bigger one to fit
I say let's make a bigger one.
Yeah,
why not?
Love it. And that'll be easier, you know, for weeding and everything.
100%.
So within that, what I want to do is to go ahead and grab a shape, and we're just gonna grab us a little square. And this square actually needs to be the width of, I'm gonna say like 1.2. So yeah, so look at this. So this is 1.2. I just want to have a little extra room so it's not, we're not having any problem. And then we're going to unlock it. We're going to unlock it here. And then we're just go bring it in, leave it at 1.2. You just want to be able to like cut out a little cut. So this is kind of what I'm thinking. I want it to be where there's no issue. So once you're happy with placement, which I'm gonna try to I think right here is perfect. I'm going to just put it up in this area as well. So notice we'll not affect anything of the center. We're just going to add these areas to slice out. So
I still think I would stretch it back out just a little bit more, because if you are going to do that border,
my border
of the red,
yeah,
then that's going to cut into your border.
For sure, for sure. So let me give us some room, and I'll move it up so it's actually, what do you think?
Beautiful.
Love it. So once you're happy, you'll select both, and you're just go press slice, and ba-da-ba-ba-ba, beautiful. And we're going to delete the green one. We're going to move this black one on up, and we're going to position it about in the same area. So good. And we will do the same thing. If I press undo, I love my undo button. So we'll select both and press slice. Ta-da! Okay, beautiful. Delete, delete. So good. So our ribbon can now flow through, which is fantastic. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to add an offset. Now, once we add an offset, I'm going to make it a little bit thinner. We don't want a super large offset by any means, but we do want an impactful offset. So I think this looks great. This is 0.83.
Now, for those who have updated Design Space.
Yes, this one's old, and I'm loving my old Design Space. I
told them at our member-only class, I said, I refuse to update this unless Cricut makes me update. I'm not going to update.
Yeah, we're just having fun with the old version.
But if you are in the same boat and you don't know where offset lives now, it's now going to live at the top of your menu bar. All the way to the left, there's going to be like a little pen icon. You click on that, and then it pulls up a full window on the left-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, I have a whole video on it, so
Yes.
you guys can reference that just so that you're not overwhelmed. Lauren, I just did this whole training, and I think I was supposed to do it reverse.
It's an inset. I was seeing where you were going with that.
I literally was just too busy.
It's
just
okay.
too busy talking. Since my plan was before I started slicing this out was to
create an offset and then an inset.
Yeah. But since I've already done all this work, I'ma just undo. And then here, we're gonna go offset, and then we're go inset. Yeah, this is what I want. Thank you, inset. And we're gonna do the same. So -0.083.
But here's the thing. Because you've already sliced out your top and bottom, you're going to get an inset on those as well.
Annoying.
But that's okay. I mean,
actually, well,
if you slice, I think it'll be fine. You really should have done a double inset first and then done your ribbon things.
Yes. Well, here's what we're gonna do. Here's our secret. We just press contour, hide all contour.
There you go.
And then we'll slice, and then we'll hide contour again. A little redundancy, but it's
You don't even have to. You could even pull that gray one to the side and do another inset on the gray one and slice it out, and then center the green and that one together.
I could. I'm trying to make it the simplest for y'all to stick with me. So if you center these, watch what's gonna happen. So we're gonna slice, and then we're gonna pull these out. We're going to keep this one. This is our true. These are our two we keep. You actually don't need, do they need this one anymore? I've lost my train of thought. It has been a day. Actually, you know what? We could
that
do
one's
something
on the
crazier.
outside.
I know. I was thinking we could just look at this. If you really get confused like we are right now, here's option 1. You could change this to red. You see what I'm about to do? I'm just gonna size it down. And then we're going to click arrange, bring to front. Maybe we shouldn't be crafting at the late afternoon because after a full
sizing
day,
it down. Okay.
I don't know. We're testing here, Lauren. We're testing us a little something.
It still don't work.
It don't.
No.
It don't work. But that's okay because we have this here. So what I would do with this now, it's a direct replica.
Yep. You got to start from the beginning.
I really do, unfortunately.
You just need to start from the beginning.
Guys, I really hate when I do something like this is like so close, but it's not good enough because we've got to do that later. So you may be like, Tanner, why? Well, let me show y'all. Okay. So here's where you should start. And this is why you watch the show before you craft. Don't you love that? So don't be slossing out anything. Don't worry about anything right now, okay? I want you to, all you need to do is click offset and don't do an offset. Actually, at this point, you could do an offset if you really wanted to because it doesn't matter.
Right now, it doesn't matter,
but
but I think for the purpose of this,
it would be good to teach you.
It's good to teach you
because
if you're,
it's a lot of times
yes,
that we forget this is available. Inset is beautiful. So you can just click apply, and now we have a beautiful inset.
Now you need to add another inset.
Exactly. Why do we need to add another inset?
Because we are creating a border around the actual piece.
And this, if you get tripped up, this is when I would reference you're finished. So come up here, or you would look at YouTube typically. What we're creating right now is not the background, but the red layer, all right? So how we do that, and this is why with all these shapes, like these additional sloss outs, it was getting too much, okay? Selecting your gray offset, you're going to make another inset. So you could do 0.83 again. Let's see what that looks like, and we could change it. So now, with both of the gray layers selected, we're gonna press Command, and we're gonna select the other one. Both of these are selected. We are going to press Slice. And I kind of want to see like what we think. Like, is this enough? Is it too much? Oh, looks pretty good. So this is our new amazing outer edge. We're gonna change this color to red. Voila. Took us a second to get there, but I'm glad we had that little user error together so we could learn together. And we're gonna delete this one. I am curious, Lauren, now that we...
You can now resize them both together.
Beautiful.
You can unlock them both and resize them both together.
Yes, so good. So we just want to stretch it out a little bit to create a new look. And voila! Love it, love it, love it. Now we get to do some slicing. And I actually love this because we're gonna have to slice it out just again. So we're gonna do that same process again, but it's super important that we have it done with us. So we love it. Same thing, grab you a shape, and it's super fun. So we're going to grab another square. Once you're happy here, you will press unlock, and we're gonna change the width to 1.2. And then we're just gonna size this down. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so we have this little shape here. And then if we duplicate that, we don't really need to duplicate it yet. You can go ahead while selecting this layer in the layers panel, come down to the gray.
I'm gonna pause you for 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Before you slice.
You want to make the box a little smaller?
Well, it's not necessarily the box a little smaller. My suggestion is that you duplicate the black box, you align them all vertically, and then you slice one at a time so that you know that they are in line with each other. So when you put your ribbon through, it's not wonky.
Love it.
So that's just my suggestion.
Love it, love it. So, ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
And then you can even select all 4 layers and align them all horizontally.
So we're gonna select all 4.
Yes.
And we're gonna click Align Horizontally.
There you go.
Boom! Did you guys see
it's all
those
perfect.
move? Did you guys see those move? It moved in ways I would have never guessed it based on my
Also, did the
eyes.
red layer get change?
No, didn't move.
Okay.
Yeah, super good.
Perfect.
Love it. Okay, so but here's the thing. We can't slice this all at once. We must slice it one at a time. So super, super good. Anyone worried about the red layer? Technically that red layer, we have to manually place it.
We do.
It's all just for visual looks at this point, so you don't have to worry about that. Once we're gonna do one square, and then we're gonna hold down that command. We're gonna select our Arabesque tile, and we're gonna click slice. Look what would happen if I selected my other square. Then we cannot press slice. The reason why is that we only can slice 2 layers at a time. Now, if you want to do a more modern way, you could work with combine and we could click subtract. That one was cool. And then we would be able to select this subtract layer and press command again in the square, and then come down to combine and press subtract again. No combine. To intersect 2 or more layers, at least a portion of all must overlap. Well, they were overlapping. Wait, where did it go?
What?
Did you see that?
Go back.
It came back.
Okay.
Can you not? I always slice, so I was trying to teach something new.
I know. I guess if you have to do more than one intersect, like you can't, is that?
Yeah, I guess
You can't do it more than once on the same shape, which is why they keep slice. It's
That's
making
crazy.
sense now. It is making sense because in my brain, you should be able to subtract however many pieces you want.
But nope.
But can you do all 3 at the same time? I wonder.
Oh.
Instead of one, go all the way back
Now,
and see
Cynthia,
if you can select all 3.
You may not like this because we're just playing around today. We're just having a jolly good old time.
So now try to go to subtract. Try.
Can.
So,
Boom!
So you can't hit subtract more than once, but you can subtract multiple layers
at once.
Okay.
Okay, Cricket. Okay. Okay. Y'all with me? Did somebody learn something? Can somebody say I learned something today? Because guess what? Your Makers Gonna Learn team is learning today.
This is the whole reason I love to play around.
This is why we have a live show. This is why we have a live show.
And now you can now that you have subtracted, you can go and technically move those 2 shapes around if you needed to. We're not going to need to.
So good. Now looking at this, I would actually have made my square smaller, but it's fine.
It's okay.
We're already here. We're doing the thing. It's so good. And it's awesome. So what we're gonna do next is you can come over to makerslearn.com. You can look for you a tree, whatever tree file you want. You can just grab you a tree file. It is super, super good. I'm loving it, loving it, loving it, loving it.
You may have to search Christmas tree.
Christmas tree. So you could grab a tree from like the Merry and Bright. You could grab, you could do the silverware and just like take out those. You could do these pine tree ones. Super good.
Wait, just a minute. Did she use the silverware one? Hold on, I'm looking in the description.
Yeah, which one did we use? There's so many.
It says pine tree.
Pine tree.
Pine tree
let's
file.
Just see. Love it. Yeah, don't get rid of slice. I love it. Love it, love it, love it.
Pine tree, 2 words.
Pine tree, yeah. It only subtracts 1 layer, right? So good. All right. And you can see our little pine tree. So we're going to download him, open it up. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We're going to come over here to Cricut Design Space. We'll click upload. And we're just going to drag and drop our SVG tree. Super easy. Scale it down. And then we're going to grab a font. Perfect. And this is going to be such a fun little tag. So we'll grab a text box and we'll type out Love Holly. And of course we'll change that font because listen, if you're crafting with the Cricut, like sans font, like you gotta step it up. So at Makers Learn, we have over 1,000 fonts that are super incredible, that I adore. And I wonder if I did a space here. Perfect,
I think it's just because it was aligned to the left instead of center aligned.
And look, we gotta change our font and then we need to go down here. What font did we download? Journey. Beautiful, I love this font. And then we're gonna do line space. We're just gonna bring that together. Beautiful. And we're gonna change this to red. It is looking so good. is so fun, so fun. Okay, look at this. Look at this. Beautiful. So we have our, now here is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take it a step further. I am going to actually change the holly to black because this is just going to be a black HTV. So we have 4 layers. We have our background, our light gray, which is going to be our felt, our amazing stiff felt sheet. Then we're going to do our red outline, which we're going to use some like stiff felt as well. And then we have our little tree, which we're going to use with some of that stiffer material, which is so cool. And then we're going to use just regular HTV. So we did it. I'm going to hide this sample because we don't need this one today. But look at this. Let's click make it. So good, so good. Beautiful. We're gonna turn mirror on. And I'm trying to think any other shape. All these other ones don't technically need mirror, but once we select the material and stuff, we'll take care of it. So let's press continue. I'm going to select a different machine. This is my blue guy.
Listen, this machine was giving me issues earlier, or a couple days ago, not wanting to connect.
It's on, so we'll just see. Yay, we're connected for free with Education Connection.
Get connected for free.
Okay,
free.
Now let's talk about material setting
for
this. Y'all, we are using
stiff
felt sheets.
Ooh. Which, if you didn't know, if you are a Cricut Explore user, a lot of times I feel like people think that they can't cut felt. If you use, or if you purchase the thin, stiff felt from your craft store, you can cut it with your fine point blade.
Yeah, so should we go with the felt stiff setting?
Yes.
Love it.
And I would always check before and make sure you don't have to send it through, and maybe even
I may do more pressure.
I was about to say maybe even more pressure instead of default.
Okay, so we're gonna use the amazing strong grip mat. It is telling me to load my deep cut blade. I'm gonna cut it.
I can grab you one if you want me to.
Sure.
Okay. Go ahead and get that mini easy press turned on as well.
Yay, my mini easy press. Ooh, we got a blue one. So fun. So we're using a strong grip mat. I'm just gonna go ahead and load this in.
Blades. The round thing. Oh, wait.
Y'all. Hello, Cricut. We are using a Maker 4 today, but y'all, it's not even letting me load it in.
What?
No, it doesn't even want me to load the mat. Hello, Cricut. Well, we're just gonna turn it off. We're gonna turn it back on. Okay, it's thinking about it.
That's a good one. That one's not.
Thank you.
This one,
oh, this will be perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see if it will let us load it in now. That's so funny. Lauren.
Hold on, I'm gonna look at this. This was giving us issues the other, see, it's, a Maker 3 is connected. That's why it's not. Your Bluetooth, you're connected to a Maker 3.
A different one in our studio.
Because it's doing it via Bluetooth.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, we need to get this off. This needs to go to here.
Okay. Well, see, the color was throwing me off.
It does. It does.
But y'all, I swear. Well, I guess we have to wait until we're at the setting.
We do.
That's so funny.
It's been doing this to us a lot here recently.
Well, that was definitely my error.
There you go.
That was just my error. There we go. We loaded it in. I'm going to still give it a little more pressure, and I'm going to put in the deep cut blade. All right. So, yeah, you can do this with your Explorer machines. Our Explorer friends are welcome. It's currently doing a second. I don't know if it's going to do a third.
Okay.
Okay, it's not. So here's what I want to do. I just want to like check it.
Do you need a weeding tool? I got one right here.
I don't know if I want to send it through one more time. It just doesn't look fully cut.
Here. See if you can pop it out with that.
I don't know.
When in doubt, send it through again.
Yeah, I'm gonna go send it through again. If you guys didn't know that, if you're not happy with it, it will just run it through one more time. I hope that it's so good. Okay. Oh my gosh, I don't know if y'all know this about me.
Because a lot of times, like, they'll get stuck on it, like that fleece will feel rough on, I don't know.
Yeah, anyway, that's how I am with felt. Always have been that way. My mama's sweaters used to cause me that same heartache. But yeah, super cool. Y'all, it surprisingly doesn't look bad. Let me weed it real fast. That was so funny.
I think I would pull up the transfer tape before I weeded anything.
What?
Because what if it cut through the HTV and the transfer?
I don't know. Let me do a little test. Oh, listen. Well, it's bringing up the whole letter. Stay down, H. No, H. Okay, love Holly. Yay! Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thought this was gonna be a craft fail, but even with the deep point blade, now I need to change the deep point blade out.
Let's change it before we forget.
Woohoo! Okay, got that material cut. So amazing, so amazing. Just go put that there for now. Now we're on to our red layer.
I think.
What setting would you use for this?
There's a flocked vinyl setting.
Flock vinyl.
But since we're cutting the red and the green both from flocked vinyl, I think you should show them how to cut.
Do it all in one mat.
Yes.
Love it.
Yes.
Love it, love it, love it. Now my green layer,
it's a
just
little
this
tiny piece.
My little tiny piece. Now you gotta make sure you put this down on the right.
On the right side.
Yes, which there's like a duller and a shinier side. You wanna put it down shiny side down. So, super good. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to map 4. We're gonna click edit. This is our little tree. All we wanna do, Lauren.
You need to move it to the map.
Huh?
You probably need to go to cancel.
Oh, do it on the
then
cancel
move it.
setting. You're right.
Yeah, because we need to.
Yeah, you're
it's
right.
okay. It's okay that we cancel the cut right now if we want to move it to a
Yes.
different mat.
So see, when I am here, I have these 3 dots that I didn't have. So you've got to do it on this. We click Move Object. We move it to mat 3, press Confirm, and voila. Ta-da! Yay! And then look, if you go overhead with me, look at this. Super, super good. So press Continue, and we're going to search Browse All Material. We're going to use Flocked, and we're going to use Flocked Iron-On. And guys, I'm not going to forget to change out that blade. I'm not doing anything else until I change it. Load this in. Okay, while that's going on, let's go overhead, and I'm just going to apply down my Love Holly. I've got to reposition it. It is cutting so quick, y'all. That's crazy. Did it cut the tree? It cut my tree. Well, shoot. Y'all, that was crazy. That was crazy. This is some of the most rewarding material.
Flocked vinyl, I am obsessed personally.
Yeah, really, really good idea. Really, really good material. If you want to save it, like I'm gonna cut off this side. Here's what I'm gonna do. Because it's so thick, what you'll wanna do, like I can save all of this here, because it is really, good. So like I can save this. So be proud of me. And then all of this. And then we just peel it off. Okay, and then look, we can have all of these layers set up. And then this is our little green layer. And all you wanna do is just peel this off.
And honestly, this is such a good, like, easy way to do a gift tag. And it is kind of like more on the bougie side.
Oh, yeah.
And this is great if you are doing like, which you can do this on a present as well, but like gift boxes. If you wanted to create like a gift box in those, what we have on the table in the brown boxes, you don't even have to wrap this because the ribbon and the tag itself would stand alone. Like, it's so cute.
So we're just lining this up here. And you could use whatever heat source you like, but I'm telling you, we are just so obsessed with, we're just obsessed with our Mini Easy. You know, the Mini Easy press is living. It's the moment, it's been the moment. We love this Mini Easy press. Oh my gosh, the flocked HTV is everything.
Looks so good.
So good, so good. Okay, let's, y'all, beauty. And then
She
our
is
little
beauty,
tree,
she is
our
grace.
Little tree. Our little tree. I was too busy talking to Lauren and I didn't put protective, didn't put a protection over the holly. So this is what happens when you expose the heat plate to HTV. So again, you're learning a lot today. I'm here for it. It is so good. And then look at this, my friends. So you will be able to go through and actually feed your ribbon straight through here. And you don't even have to make it as large as we made ours if you don't want to. But I really like having it larger.
It does make it easier to feed through, I will say that.
Which is why I wanted it to be like that. And then you would be able to just go through, feed it through, and it'd be beautiful. So much fun. Love the larger one. I definitely think you should make yours larger because larger is easier to work with. And I will say
super excited to teach you guys exactly how to make this card today. I mean, look at this. This is what we're gonna be making. Let's go ahead and go overhead. I think I'm gonna keep this blue vinyl right here on it so that you guys can see this a little bit better and it's not right up against the white. So what we are going to be doing today, we are going to be, once again, to kind of celebrate both courses that we have launched, AI for Creatives and Maker U, we are gonna be using AI to create a snowflake or whatever other symmetrical shape that you want to create. It doesn't have to be a snowflake. We're just gonna stick with a snowflake today. We're gonna utilize AI to make this file for us. And then we're going to pop that into Design Space and we are gonna make an accordion card. I mean, look how cute. I can't. That's so cute. I love it. Anyway, so this is what we're gonna be making. You can see here, we also did a butterfly one. A butterfly is a really great symmetrical shape if you want to go this route. So pretty, love this. But before we get started and we're overhead, let's talk about all of the supplies that you are going to need to complete this project. This is, once again, a pretty minimal supply project. You more than likely already have all of this stuff in your craft room ready to go. But to make this, what you are going to need is some type of vinyl, whether that is adhesive vinyl or heat transfer vinyl. Because we are working with paper, you can use one or the other. I personally adore using heat transfer vinyl on paper. Heat transfer vinyl on paper to me is just
chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. And I don't have to worry about my transfer tape ripping my paper when I'm pulling it up. So that's why I personally like using heat transfer vinyl. That is what we have here on the table today, is some different colored heat transfer vinyl. So you can choose whichever one you like. Really, it really comes down to what colors you have and what type of vinyl for paper, because you can do either or. So like I said, you are gonna need some type of vinyl. Today we are using heat transfer vinyl, but you can use regular adhesive vinyl for this. Next up, we have some beautiful glitter cardstock from Celebration Warehouse. First of all, let's talk about shed-free glitter cardstock. Are you kidding me? Like, this stuff, to me, once again, another chef's kiss. We are going with the white glitter cardstock today. And then you are going to need a cardstock that is the base of your card. Now, you don't have to go white and white like we did. You can if you want to. It just depends on the design you are creating. But yeah, so you don't really even have to have the glitter cardstock. We have used some foam tape to kind of raise this up so it gives it a little bit more dimension. And you can see there where we have used the foam tape there. You don't have to use foam tape. That's gonna be a personal preference. But we do have some foam tape and we do have our ATG gun. So whether it's an ATG gun or just a regular tape runner, you can use a double-sided adhesive for this.
Yes.
If you are doing 2 layers on the front of your card. You can see here, we do have this butterfly. This was just kind of like a base. We don't have anything on the front, but it's still super pretty. I still love how it looks.
But we're ready for Christmas.
But
we're ready for Crossler.
We're gearing up all ready for Christmas. So we're gonna go ahead and pop over to our share screen. And we're gonna start with chat first. We're not gonna go to MGL. We're gonna start with chat first. So we are going to create our base file. So this is going to be the base of the HTV or the vinyl that you put on the front, whether that is a snowflake, a butterfly, pop off some other symmetrical shapes that you may want to create in the chat. A pumpkin could be one.
Yeah.
If you wanted to do fall, there are so many different routes that you could go with this, but we are going to be going with a snowflake. So what I'm going to type is just kind of, with this one, we don't have to have a very advanced prompt because we are creating a very basic image. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click this plus button here. And then I'm gonna come down here to where it says create image. So once I have done that, I'm going to hit create image. Wanda says a heart, Linda says a bat. Both of those are really great symmetrical shapes. A heart, you could probably do this without even having to use chat.
True.
But we are going to type in our prompt for this one. And the most important part of this is that you make sure in your prompt you use the word symmetrical.
Yes.
Okay? So I'm going to type create me a symmetrical snowflake. And this is, you all can use this, I put 2 M's instead of 1. A symmetrical snowflake. Symmetrical, is that not? Okay, it was 2 M's, not 1. Okay, cool. Create me a symmetrical snowflake. Once again, you all use this prompt. Take snowflake out, put in whatever word you want. And we're gonna put design with slightly botanical feel. You can do whatever you want. If you want it to have like sharper edges, you can do with a slightly modern feel, a slightly boho feel, whatever kind of feel you're going for. We're doing a botanical feel. And you want to make sure that for this one, we'll put feel, I need it a solid black color. Or I need it to be, let's see, I need it to be a solid black graphic on a, you can do white or transparent background. We'll do white background. Okay, so if you are wanting to use chat, take a screenshot of this prompt. That way you can interchange the snowflake with whatever other words you want. You can change the feel, a slightly modern, a slightly boho, whatever you want to do. But you do need to make sure you put, I need it to be a solid black graphic on a white background. Okay? And then we're going to send it. And we're going to see what it comes up with. Now, while that is generating, because I like to work, because chat can sometimes take a minute, maybe. While that is
chat
working.
has a mind of its own.
I know.
This is another thing I just want to mention. Like with AI and like any innovation, you are going to have like some moments.
Yeah.
And I will say, like, if you're watching as like live with us, ChatGPT 5 just came out like a couple weeks ago. So there's a little bit of flaws. So like I even was telling Courtney, she's like, I don't know what's going on. Chat is just not with it right now. And I'm like, oh honey, like I just was reading an article and I was like, oh, you need to try going back to 4 because 5 is like got some kinks. So if you've been getting bad results, try to revert back to 4 and it's so good.
So while that is generating the image, which it may already be generated,
Ooh,
I mean,
that is a complex one.
that is a very botanical
And that's
feel.
a very I would like, this screams HTV for me.
Yeah,
it is
it
detailed.
does. It does, very much so. So doing a botanical feel is going to give you a snowflake. The reason it says it looks more like leaves to me. But
Yeah.
that is because we use the word botanical. So let me show you how it would change. Let's take this same one. We're gonna paste it down here. Right here. Oh, no. Let's take this. Did I not? There it is. And let's change it to a slightly modern feel, just so you all can see the difference, okay? Modern. And then we'll send it. Now, while that is generating, we are going to be using the cartwheel sketch today. The cartwheel sketch font. So if you go to the Makers Gonna Learn website, we also sent you this if you registered for boot camp. This is part of your kind of group of files that you got. We are using the cartwheel sketch font. To download a font from the Makers Gonna Learn website, you are going to click this arrow pointing down. It is going to download, and then all you have to do is open up that OTF, or open typeface font is the type of file this is, and then install this into your computer. We have already installed it and that's why it's kind of grayed out for us, because it is already an installed font. If you are on a MacBook, it is going to be in your font book. If you are on a PC, it is going to be found in your character map, okay? Once you have downloaded that, we are gonna hop back over to Design Space. You can see here, this is where what we have so far. This is what we were working with with our first one. And then if you just downloaded a font, you need to make sure you come up here to save whatever you're working on, and then come up here to view and reload Design Space, and that is going to recognize all of those new fonts that you downloaded, or the new font that you downloaded. So once we have done that, I'm gonna come back over here to chat. And you can see the difference when you change one word. We literally changed one word from slightly botanical to slightly modern. And here are the two different versions we got. So changing the feel, or changing that one design aspect, will give you different types of snowflakes. Now, if you want a graphic that has a very specific portion or a very specific piece, so let's say, go overhead, let's say you wanted little pieces that look like stars, make sure you put that in your prompt.
Yeah.
Okay? That's gonna be important. So once you have done that, we'll just go with this one. You are going to come down here to, once again, it's an arrow pointing down, and you are going to download that, and it is going to live here in your downloads. Once you have downloaded it, doesn't matter which image, we'll just go ahead and download both. We're gonna go back over to Design Space. First thing I'm gonna do is I am going to kind of scoot over here so that we're not distracted by what is over on the side, and we're gonna go to upload, and we are going to upload the image that we just created in ChatGPT. So we're gonna bring our Finder back into view. We're gonna go to our downloads, and we're just going to drag and drop that in here just like this. We're gonna go to continue. Now here, if you want to remove the background, we can just go ahead and manually select that and remove that background. I am just gonna go ahead and preview the single layer, which is One of the things that I have noticed is if I have to remove the background, sometimes my lines aren't as clean, but I think it's gonna be perfectly fine. Should not be a problem. And then we're gonna click apply and continue. Now, here we want this as a single layer font because we are cutting this snowflake out of HTV, so it does need to be a single layer font versus a flat graphic. Flat graphic is going to be mainly for your print and cut images. A single layer graphic is going to be what works best when you are cutting vinyl or HTV, so we are choosing single layer and going to continue. Now, if you want to, you can clean this up in here. If it bothers you, it does not bother me. And then I'm just gonna go to upload. And here we have our beautiful snowflake. Now that we have our symmetrical image in Design Space, we are ready to start building our card, okay? This is where I want you guys to come in, pay attention. We are going to work through this together because it may be a little bit confusing at first, but I promise you're going to see at the end, you're going to see and understand how this all fits and works together. So the very first thing that we are going to do is we are going to, and you can resize your design. I actually think I'm just gonna go ahead and resize it to an even number. Right now, I'm gonna keep my size aspect ratio locked, but I want my width to be an even number. So I'm sitting at 6.3 right now. So I'm just going to change that to a 6. You can see here where it says size, here's your width, here's your height. This little lock icon is going to be locking the size aspect ratio, meaning if that is locked and I type in a number in the width, the height is going to manually adjust. If that is unlocked, then that means the height is going to stay the exact same, but the width is going to be the only thing that changes. For this one, we want our size aspect ratio to stay locked. I'm typing in a 6 and I'm hitting enter, and you can see how it just manually made it just a little bit smaller. Now that we have done that, I'm going to make sure this layer is selected. I'm going to come up here to offset and I'm going to add an offset. Now, normally I feel like here on our channel, we like to stay with a smaller offset. Not the case for this project. We're bumping that offset up while still keeping kind of like the shape of what we have. We don't want to lose it, but we have to have a solid shape to build our card from, okay? So right now I'm sitting at 0.444. That seems like a pretty round even number, and actually for some reason when I was moving this little thing, it landed on 0.444 earlier, so I'm just going to keep it. Maybe that's my number today. Boom. 444. And then I'm just going to change that to white so we can see it. So here we have the base of our card. Now, before we move on, I'm going to take this and I'm going to duplicate it because you can never have too many duplicates of what you are working on, right? Now, the next step before we move any further is we want to find the area here that we want to leave as our square to write on. So let's go overhead so I can explain this. So looking at this card from the back, you can see that we have a square area here that when we open it up, that's kind of where our score line goes, and this is the base of our card, okay? So what we are doing is we are taking a square and we're kind of finding the area that we want to work with. So back to Design Space, I'm gonna come over here to Shapes. I'm going to grab a square, okay? And I'm just going to manually move this to kind of find the area that I want to write in. So we may do like, I think 4 inches. I'll just go ahead and type it in up here. 4 inches in width, I think will be good. And I'm actually gonna change this operation from a basic cut to a guide so that I can see that it fits. I think for me personally, This looks pretty good. I don't think I want to go over 4. I may even have to size it down if you want it to fit on a 12 by 12 piece of cardstock. We may have to size it down a little bit more, but what we're doing is we are just building this middle part. So we have our guide here that is 4 inches in width, and the height, we're just covering the whole offset, okay? The height really doesn't matter, just as long as it goes above and below this offset, and we have our 4 inches here. Now what we're gonna do is we're going to select both of these, and we're going to slice this. Now hear me out. I know you're like, Lauren, I don't know what you're doing and I don't know where you're going. You will here in a minute. So these 2 pieces here, we no longer need, okay? We have our centerpiece, and then we have our extra offset here that we've not changed. So we still have the same thing. You can see when we line it up, it's the exact same size. We have it over here to the side. Now, what we are going to do is we are going to duplicate this, okay? This is our base card. Here's what we're gonna do. You can see this is exactly 4 inches. This is why I like working with round numbers with this project, okay? I like working with round numbers. I'm going to once again come over here to our shapes. I'm going to grab a square. I'm going to make it tall enough to where it covers. Once again, I'm going to change this from a basic cut to a guide. Okay, just making sure we're all on the same page. I want to make sure I go slow enough so you guys can understand. And then from there,
they're loving it.
I'm glad y'all are picking up what I'm putting down. So
Kelly
remember,
says, I'm loving it.
Our base is 4 inches in width, and we want to cut this straight down the middle. So this guide is currently sitting at 2 inches in width, which is half of what our base is. We want to make sure that the width is 2 and the height covers the whole thing. This is going to be, even if it's not 4, if you're not working with round numbers, you're still going to take half of the width of your base. Now what we're going to do is we're going to drag and select both of these. I'm going to go to align. I'm going to align it either to the left or the right. Either one, it does not matter, because watch. When we align to one side or the other, that's going to put that slice line, or so I align to the left, and the right side of my square goes directly down the middle of that piece. So it is lined up perfectly where it is half and half. Now, you can see it is aligned. Once again, we are going to select both, and we're going to go to slice. I know you're thinking, Lauren, this is so much slicing.
A lot of slicing today.
It is a lot of slicing, but let me go overhead to explain. Here is our base. Now what we've done is we've taken this base and we've sliced it down the middle, and now we have our left and right pieces to go here and here. Are we getting, or you're picking up what I'm putting down?
Yes.
Picking up what I'm putting down. So let's go back to our share screen. So now what we can do is we can take this and pop this guy here like this, and then this one is going to go over here on the other side like that. Now, because this is not a this is why we want to try to get a perfectly symmetrical shape, so that it kind of goes together, kind of flows together a little more, but it doesn't have to flow together a little more. It doesn't have to flow together perfectly. It just needs to look and kind of overlap. So once again, it doesn't have to be perfect. It has to be good enough to where when we bring these together, they all fold. So now you can kind of see, you're starting to get an idea where your score lines are going to go as well. So now when these two sides fold together, they are going to be perfectly aligned over top of that middle piece. So go back overhead. So where those lines were, the reason we cut this down the middle is so when we fold these two together, they perfectly cover the back. Then we're going to take the offset that we duplicated and just slice it down the middle for the front.
Beautiful.
Okay, so we've got this built. Now, this guy over here that fits perfectly in our snowflake is also gonna have to be sliced down the middle as well as our snowflake. So, what we are doing now is we are gonna take this. Now, we cannot resize this because this is the exact size that it needs to be. So this is where it's going to get maybe just, I won't even say hairy. It's just we need to try our best to line it up. There's not going to be a great rhyme or reason for this one as far as numbers and like moving it all over. So once again, what we're gonna do is we're gonna come to shapes. We're gonna grab a square, okay? Make sure that it is, actually, I'm curious. We're gonna play around with something. Hear me out, guys, hear me out. I think I want to try this. So I've grabbed a line instead of a square this time. Hear me out, hear me out. And I've changed it to a basic cut. I'm just curious if I can select these both. We're gonna go to a line and center them. Okay, never fear. It's not gonna let me slice with that line. I really thought that it was going to. But if you want to be precise, make a line and then center it. And now what we can do is we can grab a square. Sorry, I've been getting a lot of phone calls. And what we're gonna do is we'll zoom in and we're just going to bump it up right next to that line. Pull it out that way.
Love.
Let's just bump it over just a little bit more like that. Now, because we centered that line at first, we know that that is perfectly centered. And there is the line right there on the edge. So I can actually just get rid of that guy, select both of these and slice. And then we're just going to get rid of all of our slice results. And there is the front of our card that we're now going to bring over here and line up here and here, which that's a little off. So are we seeing
it's coming together?
How we're building this?
Love it.
Okay.
A lot of slicing, a lot of flip, you know what I mean? Like a lot of little dipping and doing.
There is a lot of dipping and doing. There is a lot of slicing and aligning and all of this stuff. But once again, we're at an advanced maker boot camp and we're trying to stretch your thoughts and how and really thinking about how you can make Design Space work for you instead of just throwing something in Design Space and cutting it. Amazing. You really can make this program work for you to make so many things. So last time we're gonna slice, we're gonna grab a square. Now this is 6 inches exactly, so what we can do with this square is we can make sure it is tall enough to fit over the top of this, and then we can make the width. We'll need to unlock the size aspect ratio. This is a very good point where you will unlock the size aspect ratio because I want the height of this square to stay the same. We're making the width 3.
People are loving it. This all makes sense. Very smart, very clever, genius. Boom.
And then selecting both, aligning to the left, and slicing.
Yes, this will be, someone comments that
Boom. Now we have the 2 pieces that will go on the front. Once it's folded in, it will go on either side of our card here.
Amazing.
Like that. Beautiful. So I'm gonna pull these down because there's still just a few more steps that we have to do, okay? Just a few more steps. So all of these pieces right now are not connected. They are all still their own piece. So what you need to do, the last thing you need to do, is we need to make sure that these pieces touch. They must touch each other, okay? So we're just going to bump these up, and then we're gonna move these around, bring it together a little bit more. I think I wanna come down just a bit. That one is kind of a little bit off. Let me zoom out. Beautiful. Now, we do need to kind of remember where these connect because we are gonna be adding score lines. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna select all of these here, all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces. You should have 5 pieces, and we're gonna come down here to combine and unite. And then it should get rid of all of those lines, and it should be one piece.
Love it.
Now what we're gonna do is we're just gonna come in here, we're gonna grab a line, and it is okay if these score lines go just a little bit below and above this paper. We're cutting it out. It's okay if the Cricut scores down below it a little bit. So we're gonna duplicate that one, move it here, just like that. We'll duplicate it again, make it just a little bit shorter because this one that went here, and this is where you can zoom in and you can see where we actually connected these two. We're just gonna move that to line up there, duplicate that one, and then over here, we are going to line this score line up right there where we connected that as well. And now, because they do come in as score lines, now the last thing we have to do is select all of these, and we're just gonna attach those bad boys together, and we have our card base, guys. Now, there was one other thing that I did forget to go ahead and do, and that was duplicate these outside edges. If you plan on cutting a different color of cardstock, or you plan on cutting glitter cardstock to layer on top of the card, you do need to make sure that you take these edges, and we're just gonna duplicate those. You can do this after you have united. It's not actually, I'm gonna come back up here to unite, and let's go ahead and go down here to undo unite really quickly. So I have, rut row, hold on. Let's go back. Okay, slice, slice, slice. This guy, oh wait, it's because it's still attached. Okay, so let's detach as well. And I have this guy here. Let's zoom out. You do need to duplicate these two here if you're gonna cut them out of different color cardstock. And then we'll zoom in. And you all can kind of see where the score lines are landing versus where, now that I have I undid the unite, you can see that I've got my score lines on top of those where they meet. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm just coming back in here, not that one. We gotta, nope. Okay, that one and that one. I'm using my layers panel. These two are the duplicates. This one, and this one all need to come back down here to combine and unite. And it looks like we've got one piece that is not touching. Not a big deal, because what we can do now is I can come in here and I can just move that closer. And you can see once I move it closer and it actually touches, that line and that separation goes away. So if you are lining your stuff up and it does not unite properly, don't worry about going back and ununiting. Just make sure you click this drop down menu here and select the piece that is not touching, and use your keyboard and move it over, bump it over. It's a lot easier than having to go out and undo, unite, and all of this other stuff. And then of course the last thing we need to do is we need to drag and drop our united piece and all of our score lines, and we need to just attach those back together like that. And now we are ready to cut our card. Let me bring all my pieces in, make sure we have all of our pieces. And
we want to make sure it can cut on one mat.
Yep.
This would be so good.
Okay, and here we are. This is all good. Now this is
What?
14.85 inches.
Yeah, I figured.
Here is where you may have just a little teeny bit of a problem. So I'm actually going to do this all together. I'm going to resize. This is another good advanced Cricut tip. If it is too large after you have done designing, I would, instead of just sizing this, because all of these pieces need to stay the exact same, what I would do is I would select everything, and we can even, what you could do, let's put these over here on top of it so that we kind of get an idea of truly how large this is. And let me bring this to the front so you guys can see it. Let's bring this to the front. So here, and we have our other two pieces behind it. Beautiful, just like this. So now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna select all of that, and that shows me that it is still within that 14.85 parameter. Now what I can do, because I have them all selected at the same time, I can size this down and make it fit within that 11.5, which is what is going to cut on a 12 by 12 mat. I think, is it 11.5 or did they bump it up? Can you do 11.75?
I'm not sure.
We'll do 11.56 and see if it works. So now, all of these pieces have been resized together, and I don't really have to worry about making sure everything fits properly. And this should fall within the 12 by 12 parameters. If it doesn't, we'll just come back. So,
love it.
Once we've done that, we are gonna go to make it on the mat. Okay, it's telling me 12 by 24, so I'm gonna have to go back. Let me just bring these all together again, and we're gonna select, and we will bump it down to 11.48. Go to make, there we go, beautiful. And honestly, this should not be on its own. Yeah, it should be, because we are cutting these out of glitter cardstock, so I'm gonna actually move this one to this mat, and these two are gonna be my glitter cardstock pieces. So we can move these over here. These are gonna be my glitter cardstock. This is gonna be my HTV here. So we need to make sure we turn the mirror on. And we're gonna start with the base of our card, which is just the white. So let's go ahead and go overhead. I'm going to grab a mat.
Yes, Rhonda, you can have Cricut Rot on the inside if you want.
I forgot. We were gonna tell it to have Cricut Rot. Oh, let me just go back really quickly, just so we can show you. Let's go here. If you are wanting to have Cricut Rot on your card for you, what you're gonna do, we're gonna grab a text box. I will zoom in so that we can see this a little bit better, like this. If you are wanting to use a pen, we do need to change the font, number one, we were using a Cartwheel sketch, so let's do Cartwheel. Let's do MGL Cartwheel, not MAGL. MGL, it didn't download. Huh.
Do we need to like save and refresh?
I thought that I refreshed, but let's try it again. We're gonna go to View, Reload, hopefully.
Yes, Fonda, you can just mirror one mat. We love that. Yeah, so many possibilities. Someone also commented that they would do it with a Christmas tree. Oh my gosh, yes. Imagine an amazing Christmas tree, and like maybe slicing a print and cut design of a Christmas tree would be really cool. Super, super fun. We love, love, love. You know, this is such a fun technique with your cards. So yay, so good. Amazing, amazing.
It says
a snow globe. Yes, you could do a print and cut snow globe. Exactly, exactly. You'd have to do some slicing.
that is odd. It is saying that the font is installed, and then when I go to my font
Download
book,
another one maybe.
okay, let's try another one. So let's do Willow Grove looks cute. Let's download. What?
Oh, a pumpkin card. We love, love, love it. We got a new computer in the studio. I'm wondering if that is part of the issue.
I don't understand. It's saying they're both, Willow Grove and Cartwheel is there.
Okay.
So they're both downloaded on the computer. Let's go back to Design Space.
Let's make sure we save it.
Save it again, double check. I think I did, but let's double check it. View, let's just try to force reload it.
Yep.
See if that works instead of just a regular reload. And then font, system, MGL. There's still only the two. Okay. We're gonna have to work on that. In the meantime, if you are wanting to have it right on your Cricut, what you are gonna do, you are going to type out your sentiment, let it snow, and let's do, I'm actually not going to put this on the card just because it's not a sketch font. So what you would do is you would type out your sentiment, move your words around. You do need to make sure that you come up here from at your operation and change it from basic to pen. Because this is not a sketch font, it is going to do like the bubble letters, so it's just going to have the outline. You can see here, if it was a sketch font, it's going to look like, it is going to look like you
like
wrote
outline.
it.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And then all you would have to do is attach it to your card. And if you don't attach, it's not gonna write it where you want it. So that is how you do it. Not really sure why our fonts are not working. Like Tanner said, we did get a new computer, so we're gonna have to work on that. But let's just go ahead and cut our card out. So once again, we are moving this over to our glitter. This is going to be what I'm gonna call our glitter thing, our glitter mat, and then turning the mirror on for our HTV here. Beautiful. And then we're gonna start here for the base of our card. We're gonna go to continue. What? I don't want the maker. I want the maker 4.
So we just gotta.
Right there. Okay. It's connecting. Again, we're gonna go through the process. Confirm. We gotta move this guy. Again, well, y'all definitely know how to move objects on different mats now, if nothing else. You know how to set your mats up properly. And then we're not mirroring that. We're gonna go to continue. Medium cardstock is what we are cutting this on, and I'm going to change my tools. I'm gonna change it from a scoring wheel to a scoring stylus, just because we like having our scoring stylus, keeping our scoring stylus in our machine. And then I'm just going to use my brayer, put this down, and then we're going to load our paper here, move my mini easy press out of the way. And then once it's ready, we're going to press the flashing play button.
Love it.
Oh, I do need to go ahead and I guess turn my mini easy press on if we're going to use
so fun.
HTV. So what it's doing first is it is scoring first, and then it is going to cut out.
Pause and rinse and repeat. The first time you do this, I recommend following the shape, a similar shape like Lauren did, so you're able to see more visually aware, and then as you build this skill, you'll be able to take it and apply it to a snow globe, a Christmas tree, a pumpkin, a bat, like so many great shape ideas. So we love it, love it, love it, love it.
Now this one, I kind of accidentally curled my paper a little bit. Not a big deal. We'll fix that here in a minute, and I'm going to show you how to fold, but I am going to get my glitter cardstock cutting first before I start showing you how to fold that. And I am also going to edit my mat really quickly. No, I actually think it'll be fine.
So good.
It'll be fine. And we're just going to select glitter cardstock. This is also, like, why is it not searching? Okay, you can't hit enter anymore. You actually have to hit the search magnifying glass for it to search.
It's probably a little glitch.
Must be.
Right.
Has to be. Glitter cardstock. Beautiful. And done. loading this material in, and then we will cut our HTV last. So let me move this. We'll use this as kind of like, can they see that all right? Okay. What you're going to do now is you are going to fold. So I would start on my 2 inner score lines first. They are going to be folded in, okay? If you have a bone folder, this would be a great place to use a bone folder. So I'm actually gonna bend it back first, and then we're gonna come forward with it like this. I don't have a bone folder, but I am going to use a spatula here. And then from there, I'm going to take my other score line, and it's going to be bent backwards like this. And then bone folder or spatula, and we're just folding it that way. So now you can see that we have the beginnings of our card. So once again, I'm just gonna start the fold going this way, and then I'm gonna pull it in so I can see it here like this. And then this is going to go out this way.
Oh, it looks so good. I'm watching from like the live stream overhead. Looks so good.
And then fold that, and now we have our card.
Boom.
Look at that, how cute. Okay, now we have our glitter cardstock that is gonna go on the top. But before we place it on the top, I'm going to cut my HTV. If you are using, I probably shouldn't have used a standard grip mat, but it was the one that was the most handy. And also this is a brand new standard grip mat, by the way. When you are working with cardstock, a light grip mat is going to be preferable especially over a new standard grip mat, but it still works, not a big deal. And we're just going to grab our heat transfer vinyl. I'm going to load it onto our mat. We are doing this carrier sheet side down. You're flipping it upside down. Shiny side down for most, but sometimes we do have a matte carrier sheet, so we're gonna flip it carrier sheet down. And we are going to place this on our mat. Now, I think I saw somebody asked what brand of HTV we're using. Our favorite brand of HTV is always gonna be Caesar Easy Weed.
Love.
Love Caesar Easy Weed. StarCraft also has a pretty good HTV that we have used. But those are gonna be our 2 go-to, and we're just cutting this on everyday iron-on. One thing that I will give Cricut credit where credit is due is the fact that they now have an automatic mirror on when you choose everyday iron-on. Like that feature to me
So
should have been done a long time ago.
Yeah,
like it
but
is.
we'll just celebrate them.
But I'm gonna celebrate the wins when we get
them.
them. We're gonna celebrate when we get them, right?
That's right.
I do have my mini easy press turned on to a heat setting of 2 because we are going to iron this onto our glitter cardstock before we put it onto our card. I can't iron it on top of iron-on. So you're just gonna have to be able to see this. Can they see this glitter pretty good when we get there? Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna grab my trusty, dusty True Control knife. One of my favorite tools.
Lauren McCoy will weed with that True Control knife.
Yeah, I was fixing
She'll do
to.
everything with that True Control.
You know I will.
Oh, it's my favorite.
It's 1,000 wonders I don't have a True Control knife in my purse just because I want one. That and my Caesar tweezers, you're not gonna ever get me to, you can never make me hate them.
I respect weeding with that one.
With the True Control knife?
No, the other one.
Oh, the
Your
Caesar tweezers? My Caesar tweezers. Now, I do scare a lot of people when I weed with a True Control knife.
Yeah, well, that is not recommended here.
I know you all can't see this. I'm just ironing this on, this glitter right here. You may not be able to see the paper as well. Just a little bit of heat, not a lot. Doesn't take a lot for it to adhere down.
Yeah, not a lot of heat at all.
Not a lot of heat at all. But there is one, and I will lay it there for you. I just can't iron it on top of that because that is also heat transfer vinyl.
Right.
So, then I'm just lining this up along the edge here. Like this. And then I also want to make sure that when it comes together, it lines up the way that it should. So, laying these kind of side by side can help you line that up. Now, remember guys, it doesn't have to be perfect, but that's pretty close. So we're gonna go with it. Darn, it moved. We'll get it. Give me just a second. I just gotta hold my mouth right. I'm not doing it. Holding my mouth right now. Beautiful. Okay, I think that's where we're at. Beautiful, perfect. Iron it down.
Love it.
Now, if it does curl like that, iron it from the back. Little trick of the trade. If your paper curls when you're applying HTV, iron it from the back for a second.
Love that tip.
This part wasn't ironed down as well, so I'm just kind of covering it back up. And that corner right there was kind of flopping in the wind a little bit. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Okay, now all we have to do, the last thing, is add this to the front of our card. So I'm just going to grab my ATG gun. I'm doing it from, oh no. What in the hee-haw tarnation?
Oh no, yeah, it's because we bragged on too much. You're gonna have to get out the other one. Do you have it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's so
okay.
funny. I just brag on it and then boom.
Yep, okay. So I'm just adding two-way glue here, or this is our one we've been using. Popping this on.
Can you use Puff HTV on cardstock?
That's a good question that you asked. Let me show you. Because actually the card that I showed you at first is Puff HTV.
Tell us.
Okay, and there you go. Boom, boom, boom. Look how pretty. Look how beautiful. Okay, let's talk about Puff HTV. This one actually has Puff HTV, but it's not Puff because you can't put it in there as long. And if you want me to be honest, when you look at it up close on these edges, I don't think it looks as good.
Okay, so we're
From
gonna stick
afar
with
off,
regular.
when you're standing right here,
It does look textured.
it looks textured,
Yeah.
and if you like that look and
I
that's the
do
look
like
you
that
want to
look.
go with, absolutely.
So,
But when
good to
you're
know.
up close,
yeah.
you can kind of see on the edges. So
We've
yes,
used-
it
you
can be
use
done.
You can use glitter HTV, foil HTV, holographic,
Flocked.
flocked HTV.
Flocked HTV, I feel like is
yes.
slept on so hard. I feel like flocked HTV is definitely one that with this project would be phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Hello, hello, my crafty friends. It's Lauren here with another Vlogtober video. And in today's video, I'm going to be teaching you how to take a basic candle and turn it into a truly amazing personalized gift, or just a little craft for you to do for yourself, for your Christmas decorating around the house. There are so many things that you can do with this, and I cannot wait to show you exactly how we can customize and make these truly special. Doesn't have to be this specific candle. It can be just about any candle you can pick up. But I'm gonna teach you exactly how we're gonna do this no matter what candle you get, no matter what size. I'm going to teach you how to do that in today's video. But before we get started, I wanted to know, did you all hear about Christmas Craft Week? Because I feel like we've been talking about it. If you haven't, it is a week-long crafting event, November the 3rd through the 7th. that you all have to get signed up for. Now, this is a completely free event that we are hosting. You can click that first link down below to get signed up. We have teamed up with some of the biggest names in the craft industry, where we are going to bring you 5 full days of crafting. And when I say full days, I mean truly full days. We have over 20 plus crafts to get done in a week, in 5 days. So make sure you get signed up. Link down below. It is free for you guys to sign up. And I'm so excited. And to kind of get ready for our big Christmas craft week, we are coming at you every single day the month of October, bringing you Christmas gift ideas, Christmas decorating ideas, decor, DIYs, projects, whatever, because we want you to have the best handmade holiday possible. So if you are ready to see how we're going to turn this candle into the cutest little gift, whether it be for a host, for a gift basket that you're making, or a gift for yourself because you've worked so hard this year, stick around because I'm going to show you exactly how we're going to do that. Before we jump into Design Space, I want to show you all of the things that I have here to complete this project. And of course, the first thing is this candle. Now, this is from Monday Moose brand. We got this on Amazon. Now, for this project, I did get this candle specifically because it does have a cork top on it. And the reason that I got it for the cork top is because I wanted to kind of decorate this top with something, especially since it's Christmas time. So we got some little mini bottle brush trees that we are going to decorate the top with. Now, this is not something that you have to do, especially if you are making this for someone. Let's say you're putting it in a gift basket. You want to personalize the candle. Maybe you want to make it to where it's not Christmassy all the time. You do not have to do this. You can get a regular candle that doesn't have a cork lid on it. You don't have to decorate the top, but I want to show you how we're going to add a little spice to it. The main thing is really just creating a label that is going to wow the person that you are gifting this to, or making it for yourself. So we do have our candle. We have our bottle brush trees that we're going to decorate the top of the candle with. I do have a measuring tape. Now this is going to be important, especially if you do not have this exact candle and you want to find the dimensions of your sticker that you need. Does not matter what size your candle is, whether it's smaller, taller, larger. You do need a measuring tape to measure to see how big you want your label to be. Now we are making our labels out of sticker paper. You guessed it. We're going to be doing a print and cut label on this candle. We're going to cover up this label. We may try to take it off. Now it still has the brand on the bottom, which I do love. So if you are the type of person that you want the person you're giving this to know the brand, I do like that these have the labels on the bottom so they still know the brand and the scent and all of the stuff on there. We're just gonna make a decorative label here. We do have a standard grit mat that we're going to put our sticker paper on to have our Cricut cut it. And then I have some ribbon here. This is just extra. Once again, you don't have to do that. This is something that you really could do with what you have sitting around your house if you have some extra candles. If not, more than likely, you already have the sticker paper in your craft room. So all you should have to go get is a candle. If you just want to make a custom label to go on a candle, that is perfectly fine. But the last thing that you are going to need that is not here on this table is an inkjet printer for our print and cut capabilities. We love using the Canon printers. The one we have specifically is a Canon TS9500. It's just our favorite. Any inkjet printer though will work. If you want to purchase anything that I have shown you, there are links down below this video. Make sure you click those so that you can, if you want one with a cork lid, it's going to be linked down below. There are different scents. This one wasn't really a Christmassy scent. I do think that closer to Christmas time, you will be able to find those yummy, delicious Christmas scents to make the best Christmas candles. But right now, we just have linen. That's what we could get our hands on, so that's what we have. So now that we've gone over all of the supplies that we need, before we go into Design Space, there is one thing that we need to do, and we need to measure our candle or measure this label to see how big it is and how large we need to make our label. So I love to measure before I get into Design Space. So I'm going to bring you over here so you guys can see. So and another little trick when it comes to measuring, if you want exact measurements and you are using a measuring tape that has this metal piece on it, I suggest starting at the 1. That's going to give you exact measurements. Just subtract 1 inch. So right here, when I line that up, we're actually a little over 4 inches. It says 4, but it's actually 3. So we are going to make, because remember, we put our 1 over here. So it's 3 inches. So we're going to make our label, we'll probably go 3 1/4, maybe even 3 1/2, probably closer to 3 1/4 by 3 1/4. So we're just going to do a square. So this is a perfect square. We'll either do it 3 1/4 by 3 1/4 or 3 1/2 by 3 1/2. I think we'll probably need to go 3 1/4 just because of the height of our jar. So it is 4. So I do think that 3 1/2 is going to be a little bit much. So we're going to go 3 1/4 by 3 1/4. So now let's go ahead and get into Design Space. Let's set up our square to start creating our label. So now that we have the size of the label that we are going to be creating, let's go ahead and start creating our label. Now, you can see here that I do have 2 options here, and I'm going to show you how you can create both of these. One of these is going to be very easy. This one right here is actually a cut file that you can find on the Makers Gonna Learn website. And here, let me show you. It's already pre-set up exactly like this, and all you have to do is add in smells like Christmas spirit, smells like whatever. Especially if you are just doing like general Christmas candles, this one would be great to do these very fast. This one is going to be a little bit more personalized, but once again, I'm going to show you how to make both of those. But before we get started, I want to hop over to the Makers Gonna Learn website, and I want to show you where you can find the things that we are going to be using. They are linked down below for you as well, but the first one that I was talking about, just the label that we've already pre-made for you, if you go to your cut files on the Makers Gonna Learn website, you can type in and search label number 11, and this is what it is. You can add other little aspects in here. If you want to add some color, you can add some little Christmas things as well. But all you'll have to do to download that is click this arrow pointing down. It is then going to come over here as an SVG, and you can upload that into Design Space, and I will show you how to do that. The other 2 things that we need to create either one of these is going to be our fonts. So the 2 fonts that we're going to be using, we're going to go over to our font section. The 2 different fonts that we're going to use for both of these, the first one is going to be Zephyr. So we're just going to search the first half here. Once again, to download the font, you're going to click that arrow pointing down. It is then going to come in your downloads. And to download that, you need to double click it. And then we're going to install it on our computer. Now, once again, I already have this font installed. It is popping up for me. If not, go ahead and install that font. The next font that we are going to be using is going to be Letterpress. And it is the very much like a typewriter font. So once again, you're going to click that arrow pointing down and you are going to download that font. Once you have those fonts and that file download, we are now going to go back to Design Space. What I am going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and flatten this one together and hide this. Whoops, I forgot the 12.6. I didn't get that in there, but let's just go ahead and flatten this so that I can hide this and save this for later. And then same thing with this one. We're just going to flatten it and hide it. Now, starting from the very beginning, what you are going to do is you are going to come over here to your shapes. You are going to grab a shape. We're going to grab a square, because remember, the label that we are creating is 3.25 by 3.25. So we are going to type in that 3.25. And because the size aspect ratio is locked, it is going to make it a perfect square. And now you can change the color to whatever you want the background color of your sticker or label to be. I think we're just going to keep it white for right now. You can play around with it if you want to. The next thing that we need to do is we need to make sure we upload that file that we were using. So I'm going to go to upload image. I'm going to bring my Finder back into view. We're going to go to downloads. I already have the fonts installed, so all I have to do now
is bring in that label 11 SVG, just like that. We're going to go to continue and upload that onto our canvas. Now, if you are using this cut file as a base for this candle, if you are doing it in a square, it is not the proper size aspect ratio for a square. But what I have discovered is if you come up here and unlock the size aspect ratio, I actually don't think that either of these fonts are bad to kind of stretch out a little bit. It just makes it a little bit wider. And I think that works actually pretty well. So if you're not doing a square and you have more of a rectangular label, this will be perfect. You just need to size it to however large you need it for your candle. But I do think that it is okay to stretch this one. Now, if you've been around the channel, you know that normally I do not say stretch your cut files or stretch your fonts. Some of them are okay to do, and I think this one is one of those. It does not look bad at all, so I did stretch it out a little bit to make it fit that square a little bit better. And now all you have to do is add a text box. Now for this one, we are using the Zephyr in here, and now you can type in smells like Christmas spirit, or smells like my last care is gone, or smells like literally whatever. Customize it to the person that you are giving it to. If they are a big Christmas person, maybe it is smells like Christmas spirit, especially if it is if you are doing a Christmas scent. And actually, I thought I was going to like that. I think I want to do the smells in capital and then Christmas spirit. One other thing that I am going to suggest with this, a couple things that you can do. I would either suggest coming up here to letter space or line spacing and bringing those lines together, or going to advanced, ungrouping these to lines, and then positioning them closer together, because I do think that the lines are just a little bit far apart. So you can either do this, like I said, with line spacing, or go to advanced and ungroup to lines and bring them closer together. But if you are using the pre-made label, this is pretty much all you have to do. The last thing that you need to do is come in here, select everything, and flatten that together. And that is going to give you a really beautiful label that you can put on your candle. Now, if you are wanting to create a more custom candle for a person specifically, it's going to be the same process. We're going to grab our shape. We're going to grab the square. We are going to make it 3.25. Bring it over here. We're going to change that color to white. Once again, you can add whatever color you want. I am going to bring in my text box. I am using Zephyr again for the name. So we'll make this one for Courtney. We're going to have to size it down just a little bit. And to create the separation, like you see over here on this file, all you have to do, if you want to make your own, maybe you have time and you want to really set it up and make your own, you can do that. I'm going to teach you how. All you have to do is come over here to shapes. We're going to grab a line. Now, this does come in as a score line at first. I'm going to show you how we're going to change that. I am going to rotate this 90 degrees to have it perfectly horizontal. And then I can adjust how long I want the line after that. Now, like I said, this comes in as a score line. What we are going to do to change that, we're going to come up here to operation, and we're going to change it to pin. Not basic cut. I want to change this to a pin. Now, this little box beside that operation drop-down menu, you can choose how thick you want this line to be. So, if you want it pretty thin, you can stay at that fine point. If you want a thicker line, you can see the difference in sizes. So the fine point is 0.4 millimeter. Extra fine is 0.3, gel is 1, marker is 2.5, calligraphy is 2.5. But you can see you are going to be limited to colors depending on which one you choose. So because Cricut recognizes or does these colors, the pen colors, based on the actual pen colors that they sell, the fine point is going to give you the most options. Extra fine, you can see not as much. Gel, we have a decent amount. But then when you get into these thicker ones like the markers, you are a little bit more limited. The regular marker has a pretty good amount. The 2.5 marker only has 4 options. So it really is going to depend, but you can see how thick that 2.5 millimeter marker is. It's just way, way too thick. Gel, in my opinion, is probably a little too thick as well. I think for this one, either going with the even glitter gel, I think is maybe with this one, it's best to just stick with the fine point and choose your color from there. But that is how we are going to create those lines of separation. So we have our name, we have our line of separation. Next, I want you to think of 3 adjectives or 3 words that describe the person that you are giving this to. So I'm going to grab a text box. I'm changing the font from Zephyr to Letterpress because I really like this. I love the typewriter font. So we're going to bring this in here. So 3 things that I think of when I think of Courtney. I think of Mama, and then I'm going to put a line. If you hold the shift key, not the slash button, you can create a line on your keyboard. So I'm going to do Mama, Maker, Wife. And then we're going to size that down. And I'm just going to keep the alignment to the left so that we can line everything up like this. Beautiful. Next, I'm going to duplicate this. And now I'm going to write 3 things that I feel embodies Courtney. And I am going to make my text box the length of the line. So, actually, we're going to put marshmallows for any meal, or marshmallows as a meal. We'll do marshmallows as a meal. Let's do best chili cook around. And then 3, we'll do most creative, maker, and host. And now I think I want to do line spacing. I want to space these apart just a little bit like that. And now we can just add other little aspects that go along, maybe with the candle. So I am just going to duplicate this line. I'm going to bring it down here. Now I am going to select both of these lines. I'm going to go to Align and center them horizontally here. And then I'm just going to look at my candle and I'm going to put in information on the candle just like it was made, just like this label was made for this candle. So here you can see on the candle, it says it's an all natural soy candle. It's 2.6 ounce weight, 90 hours burn time, linen scent. So this is what really makes it look, I think, makes it look like a label that is made for that specific candle. So after you have done all that and you've positioned everything the way that you need to, so let me select everything because I do want to bring it down just a tad like this. And I want to bring this down just a tad. Now what you're going to do is you are going to select everything and flatten that all together. So now you can see that we have two different labels that we can put on this candle. I'm going to go ahead and print both of them because they will both fit on the piece of sticker paper that we're going to do, and then we'll kind of decide which one we want to use here in a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and print both of those. How we're going to do that is we're going to go to the Make It screen. I'm changing this to 8.5 by 11, and let's just go ahead and bring this one down just a little bit right there. And this is a good opportunity. You could make multiple of these at a single time. So let's say we wanted, you could probably we had these two beside of each other. I'd say you could probably do at least 5, possibly on one sheet of paper or one sheet of sticker paper, which is amazing. Like I said, especially if you are creating these, let's say for gifts to give out, if you are hosting an event like a little thank you, or if you are making gift baskets, this would be a very quick addition, pretty inexpensive addition, but also elevated and makes it seem more personalized. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to continue. We are going to send this to our printer. We're going to go to next. For this one, we do not need bleed on because it is white. We are using our Canon TS9500 series, and we always use system dialog. From there, we're going to click print. We're going to pull up our print page. I'm going to feed from rear tray. We love feeding our sticker paper from the rear tray, and print quality is going to go from normal to best, and then we're going to click print.
Now that we have our labels printed, we are ready to put it on our mat and send it to our Cricut.
So what I'm doing, I'm just going to place this on the mat. Now, if you have never done print and cut, one thing that I do love that Cricut updated not too long ago was the fact that they put this little triangle up here in the top corner to tell us what's supposed to go in the top left corner. So I do really appreciate that, especially if you're doing a lot of one thing. It can be helpful. So that definitely needs to go in the top left corner before you load it into your machine. Once you have done that and burnished it down, we are going to load this into our machine. So I'm cutting this on printable sticker paper, white, and then done, and then we have it loaded. And once it is ready, we will just press the flashing play button. In the meantime, while this is cutting, I'm gonna go grab a hot glue gun just in case we need it for the little trees on top of the candle. Now, you all know me, I tell you to always check your cuts, but I feel like this is fine, so we're just gonna go ahead and unload this. Obviously it cut all the way through. So now we have our 2 labels that we can choose from to go on our candle. When it comes to doing these candles, I would suggest trying to take the label off if you can. I'm gonna try to take this one off and then just place the label back over top of it. I'm gonna see how it wants to come up first. This looks like a really good label that is on there pretty well. If you want to take the label off, you can see this is kind of just, it's not coming off as well as I thought it would. If you are like, I need to take the label completely off and you don't want to like cover it up, one little trick that I love to use to get adhesive off of candles like this or off of jars is to use lemon essential oil. I'm telling you, or any kind of citrus will work. It doesn't have to be just lemon. Orange will also work, grapefruit will work, but any kind of citrus essential oil really helps get this adhesive off. It's just like it rolls it completely up. Now, I don't have any here, and I don't want to continue. I don't want to like cut this through because I don't want there to be like a bunch of raised edges. I'm just going to try to smooth this out. Maybe take a little bit of it off. Another thing you can do sometimes is to add heat, but you're not going to want to with this because if you add heat to a candle,
it's gonna melt. So I'm just taking some of this off, trying to get it kind of smooth. I think that's fine. I'm not gonna worry about it as much. It's really not that big of a deal. And I might have just messed up trying to take that off and have a pretty good little bump there. So I'm gonna leave that on. So now we are ready, and I'm going to grab a squeegee real quick because that really helps keep your candle. Hold on, let me show you. What I mean by squeegee, if you have a squeegee that has these ridges in the middle like this, you can lay it down, and let me bring you over here so you can see it better. You can lay any round object on there and it keeps it steady for you so it's not rolling back and forth. I mean, honestly, I love that hack. So now we just need to place our label down. I guess we really need to decide which label we want. Do we want the one that is more personalized? And now that I'm looking at it, I feel like we're missing some color. I feel like maybe I should have done color on this. Do we go back and add some color? I don't know. Now I'm like really wondering what to do. I think I'm going to. I don't really like the white with this like cream color either. Okay, guys, I hate to be this way, but I think I'm gonna go back to the drawing board for 2 seconds. So let's go back to Design Space and let's make another one really quick, and I'll show you how you can customize it if you don't like it, because before putting it on there, it looks super cute, but it's a little bit plain. So let's head back over to Design Space real quick. So now that we're here in Design Space, remember, I really wasn't feeling that, so I'm going to unflatten this one. I do think I want to go with this design. I think I'm gonna hide this square for just a second. I think I'm going to attach all of this together first because I want to be able to choose that and make it just a tad bit smaller, because I do want to add a border around it, and I want to change this color. I want to do a creamy color. So what I'm going to do is I am going to go to, we're going to do a hex code finder. I don't want to do, so let's go with colors. I want to find a pretty cream. Okay, this is a pretty cream, but is it too cream? Maybe we'll look at that one and see. Antique white. So how I like to do this is copy and then back over in Design Space, go to Advanced, and then down here you can paste that color. It looks a little bit darker than what I want, so I'm just going to lighten it just a hair up here. That's more of what I'm looking for. That is more of the creamy off-white that I'm looking for versus what I had, but that is an easy way to do that if that's something you want to do. Now, what I want to do is I'm going to grab a shape. I'm going to grab a square. Remember, I made my base 3.25, so maybe let's try making this one 3. I'm going to come up here to our operations, change it to pin. Cool little fun fact. I'm going to keep it at a fine point, and I want to turn it red. And I think I want to do like a red border possibly. That's very bright. Let's try one more time. Let's see if we have a different, maybe Very Berry. I think Very Berry might be a little bit better. Wine might be what we're going to go for. Now, after I've done this, I want to detach this because I do think I want to change my lines. We got to change them back to pen. I think I want to change them to that wine as well. So this one we have to change from a print and cut back to a pen and then go to the wine color. Do I want Courtney's name to be the wine color? I don't know. Let's find out. Do I want the whole thing to be this wine color? I think I might. So let's do all of this color. Oh yeah. I really think I like that, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back in here. We're going to flatten this all back together. So cute. I think it's also going to match the ribbon that I chose. So let's try this out. So we're going to go to Make It. I don't really need this one anymore. And I wish I would have thought this through so I wouldn't have wasted another piece of paper. And it's too late for me to send that through. So we're just going to change this to 8.5 by 11. I do have one already put in there. We're just going to hide that one, bring that guy in. And what we may do, hear me out. What if we duplicate this? This way we don't waste paper in case this color is not what I want. Let's go back to unflatten and let's deselect that. And then can we change all of this back to, nope. Undo. Let's change all of this back to black. Just in case, for some reason, I don't like, it did it again. Just in case for some reason, I don't like the red, we're just going to go ahead and change this all back to black and see what it looks like. And we'll just print them both. I should have thought about this before, but here we are. I wish I could just all at one time. And then we'll change this to black. Oh, it's because it's print and cut and I need to go back to pen. Okay, that's why it was changing it like that. Okay, beautiful. So we're going to flatten all of this together. Now we have them both in both options. So I'm going to hide this guy, make 8.5 by 11. And we're going to bring this one down because for this one, I am going to turn bleed on. So we're going to send to printer. Next, add bleed, use system dialog, print, pull this up, media, rear tray, best quality, print. Okay, guys, I just realized that I forgot to hit record on that, but let me show you how much better this color looks and how much better it is going to look up against the candle versus just a straight white. Now, what I was saying before I realized I didn't hit record is when you are creating gifts, and let me just go ahead and hit play so this can be cutting. When you are creating handmade gifts, to have something look like it is not handmade, you have to really look at the details. The devil is in the details, guys. Honestly, if we were just to have slapped this sticker on this candle, is it cute? Sure, it's cute, but it does look like we made it. The whole goal of having a beautiful handmade holiday is in the details. We want it to look like we spent a bunch of money on a gift, when in reality, we just used our beautiful creative brains and looked at the details with the eye of, do you see that in a store? So, although this is still really cute and it's not bad, and maybe on a white candle, it would have been perfectly fine. But for me, this just wasn't doing it. Like that just looked unfinished. So, I really think that this is going to be the winner. So, let's just see. And I think the red is going to be a winner too. I mean, honestly, that is immediately so much better.
That is so much better. Can you all see the difference of this by adding that border, changing the colors just a little bit versus this? To me, there's no comparison. So let's go ahead and get our sticker put on there. Let me adjust you guys. So once again, we are gonna grab our squeegee. I'm gonna place my candle on the squeegee. Oh yeah, so much better. And I probably could have gone even a little bit darker and it would have been fine, but this looks so much better than just straight white. So I am just going to take my sticker off, starting from the middle, which another thing when it comes to putting stickers down, don't commit at the very first thing. Okay, so I kind of just laid it down to get the idea. You saw how I brought it up on the side because I had a little bit of a bubble there. So we don't want to stick it down a whole lot until we are ready and then go from one side to the other to cover everything. Look how cute. And here is the finished product. Guys, what do you think? I ended up going with a very thin ribbon because this label was so big, so that you could see everything. And then the little trees at the top, minus than that, excuse you. But look how good this looks. Honestly, changing that color just a little bit from white to cream and then adding these little details truly makes this look like it was store-bought. And like I said earlier, the devil is in the details for making something look handmade versus store-bought. So you can make something, but make it look store-bought. Today, we are gonna be making our super cute, this is like a faux acrylic ornament that you can do easily at home. And let's go overhead so we can see this. And I'm gonna lay this, we'll lay it right here. This is what we are going to be making. The supplies for this are pretty minimal, and we are going to be utilizing AI plus some Maker's Gonna Learn fonts and files to make this super, super cute gingerbread house. I mean, come on, it's so stinking adorable. And I'm gonna be teaching you how you can take an image of your own house or an image of a friend's house, or maybe you're making this for someone else. I'm gonna teach you how you can take an image of a house and turn it into a gingerbread house using AI. Yes, this is not just gonna be a generic house. I mean, I'm gonna use a generic house, but I'm going to teach you how you can go take a picture of your house, put it into ChatGPT, and have ChatGPT turn it into a gingerbread house for you. So this is what we're gonna be doing today. Let's go ahead and go over the supplies since we are overhead. And while we're overhead, before we really jump into the project, I want to show you, because we've already had some questions about, well, can I use this or can I use that? And I'm going to show you all of the different ways that we attempted this project to show you what the different looks are and what works and what doesn't. So starting out, we do have Cricut printable vinyl, and this is the transparent printable vinyl. This is going to be very important if you want that kind of faux acrylic look, kind of like the see-through look, and we'll go back to the front. If you want this type of look, like it is on acrylic, you do need to have the printable or the transparent printable vinyl. So it's going to look the same as the white, but you'll see down here, if it is white, it will just say white, and if it's transparent, it will say this. And I would always, if you're in the store, you need to look here. If you have it just kind of laying out, you can check it by just peeling back a corner, and it is a see-through, like a transparent printable vinyl. So that is what, kind of like the base of this. And then the next thing that we are gonna be using is the Scotch self-seal laminating pouches. Now, these are, I won't say super, super pricey, but they are a little bit more pricey than just your heat laminating pouches, like the heat seal laminating pouches. So this is what makes this, you can hear kind of how thick it is. This is what makes it very thick, and it gives it a very seamless look. So let's talk about, let me just pull up my box of all of our testers. And let's talk about why we are doing it this way versus using a heat pouch or using something else. I mean, first of all, can we look at all of the different tests that we did trying to get this to work? So first up, this is going to be, we use the Avery transparent labels, and we then put it through the heat, like a heat sealed laminating pouch. I mean, this is not good. Do y'all see all those bubbles? Like, it just does not look good at all.
You know what that looks like to me? That looks like a really bad like folder or like a binder.
Yes.
It looks so bad.
Yes. So this is definitely not the way to go.
No.
This is not the way to go. The next one that we did, and we have them written down. Here we go. This one is the Cricut transparent sticker. Okay, so this one is also a self-seal. This is using the self-seal laminating pouches. You can see we tried to do it without as much of an offset. This is where we landed with the offset. We think the offset looks better. This is what it looks like without an offset. We decided to not go that route. But this is using the same Cricut transparent sticker paper and the self-sealing laminating pouches. We just decided that we like it with an offset better. Next up, this one is Cricut transparent sticker paper on acetate. So the reason that we're not doing it on acetate is because I just don't feel like, I guess the color is fine, but it's very, very flimsy. It's a lot more flimsy than the self-sealed pouches. So that's why we decided to not go with acetate for this project. If you have acetate, it's not terrible. Just know that the sticker sits on top of the acetate, whereas with these self-seal laminating pouches, you put it inside and it has a protection on the top and the bottom. So that's why we decided not to go with the acetate, is because it's just one layer and it's really not as thick. And then the last one, what we did was the printable transparent film with the Cricut waterproof sealant on the top. And it's definitely, which this is off, it didn't print right, or it didn't cut right. I think because Cricut was having a hard time seeing it, because it is kind of like, it is a lot light. Not go that route because we felt like this was too light. We like the color that it has, because in all honesty, this has more of a milky color to it. And this one was clearer, but it doesn't allow the color to stand out when you print it. So that's why we went with this one instead. So those are all of our tests. That is why we did go with the Cricut transparent printable vinyl and the self-seal laminating pouches with the offset. It just looked the best to us. But I did want to show you all of the different ways that we tested it so that you could see and kind of make your own decision from there. So let me go ahead and put all of these back together so we don't lose them and we don't misplace them. This one, well, we'll just stick them all in here. There we go. Other than these two things, the last, or not the last thing, you are going to need some type of ribbon. We got this from Amazon. This is just like a frayed hem chiffon style ribbon. We've used this ribbon so much. I think this is all we have left. We need to get more because it is, for some reason, just our go-to ribbon. I think it looks beautiful. It lays beautifully, and it's very easy to, if you are creating ornaments, it's very easy to tie this and hang this. Does my mic sound all okay? Okay. We're checking the sound. We are checking the sound. Other than that, the last thing that you are going to need is a squeegee, and it is going to be best if you have a squeegee with a felt, felt on the end. That's going to help you get all of the bubbles out without scratching your print or without scratching the self-sealing laminating pouches. Is it still breaking up? Do I need to move my mic? Okay, if you all are having issues with sound, try going back out and coming back in. It might be where I'm moving around. Let me just go ahead before. Okay, well, let's go ahead and change it anyway. Let's change my mic and put it on the outside. That way, in case it is something to do with this, it's out here and it's not knocking on anything. Okay, perfect. So we've gone over all of our supplies. Now, what we need to do is we need to hop over here, and just like yesterday, we are going to start here. Boop, boop. There we go. We're going to start at ChatGPT, and this is where we're going to get the base of our project, meaning we are going to have ChatGPT either create us a gingerbread house from an image of your house, someone else's house, or if you want it to just create you a generic gingerbread house, that will work as well. So what I'm going to do is I have a house here, a photo of a house that I'm going to make for this. So I'm going to go ahead and airdrop this to the computer really quickly. Maker's Mac Mini. There we go.
Beautiful.
Let's save to downloads. Beautiful. Okay, so we have our image now. What we are going to do is I'm here in ChatGPT with this plus icon. I'm going to click this plus icon, and I'm going to come down here to where it says create image. Now, if you are creating an image, you always need to go to this plus icon and come down here to create image, or it's not going to do what you want it to do. Little plug on how not smart I am. It took me a minute to realize that I had to hit the plus button to do create image, and I was trying to do it for a little while, for like a week. I was trying to just do it from chat. So don't make my mistake. Now that we have that, I can bring my Finder back into view right here. Let me go ahead and exit that off, and I can now drag and drop this image into ChatGPT. Now, once you have done that, what you need to do is I'm just going to ask Chat, what would this house look like as a gingerbread house? And then, I always say please and thank you. I know I shouldn't, I know I don't have to, but I do it anyway. Can you please make this graphic for me with a playful, let's see, what would this house look like as a gingerbread house? Can you please make this graphic for me with a playful design and a slight watercolor look? Because I don't want it to be, to be super solid. I like that kind of like slightly watercolor playful look. So if you want to take a screenshot of this, you can do so. And we'll see what this gives us, and then I will show you how you can also use ChatGPT just to create you a generic image of a gingerbread house. So right now we're just saying we have a picture of the home that we are creating for this project. What would this house look like as a gingerbread house? And can you please make this graphic for me with a playful design and a slight watercolor look? And then we're gonna send it. So while we are doing that, I'm going to hop back over to Design Space, and I'm going to get my page set up here with our gingerbread house. We're going to cancel that. We'll go ahead and save that. I was working on something personal in here the other day. So we also need to go ahead and go grab us some fonts. So the two that we are going to be grabbing for this, we're gonna go back over here to Maker's Gonna Learn. We're gonna go to our fonts. You all should have these fonts in your supply list if you signed up for boot camp. But the ones that we are using, I know it's a new one. It's the Fleur, this one. So we're using Fleur Noir is the first one.
Fancy.
We're gonna download that and we're gonna keep our fingers crossed that today it does work. So we're double clicking this. We're gonna open this up and we're gonna download it onto our computer. Maybe it's in the MGL section. Okay, okay. It is, there it is. Okay, beautiful. It's downloaded, it has MGL. And then the next one I'm pretty sure is Fairy. And so we're gonna search for that font. Nope, that's not it. Let's go back and find out. Let's unflatten this. Beautiful. And so the bells, let's go to image info. Are you kidding? Okay, we're gonna go back out. We're gonna go to my stuff. We're gonna open it back up. We're gonna go to customize because it told me at the front. Fernie, not Fairy. So we're doing Fernie. Fernie. Wanda said omit the MGL. Ours, it comes up as MGL. So Fernie, downloading it, clicking that arrow pointing down, coming over here, double clicking that, and then installing it onto our computer. Now we will have to reload Design Space. So I'm gonna come back out of here. And we do have Fernie downloaded. Now, I'm going to bring Design Space back up. You can go ahead and save if you are working on something, but what you'll need to do is go over here to View and Reload, and that should bring those fonts back in there. As you all know, if you were here yesterday, we were having some issues. But once you have done that, you should be ready to go. So we're gonna pop back over to ChatGPT real quick. And here is the image that we got, which is cute. It's cute, but it's not really what I want. And so I'm just gonna talk to chat and tell it to change some things. I think this is close to what I am looking for, but not quite there yet. Can you please put this on a plain white background and I want the grass in front of, I really want the grass in front of the house to be green.
What color is it now?
It's like yellow. It looks like it's brown, like it's dead. I don't know.
No.
Although in winter, the grass would not be green.
I was gonna say that. It's accurate. I'll give it that.
I know. So we're going to see what that does. While that is doing that, let's go ahead and pull up chat again. And here is if you do not have an idea or you do not have a house that you want to create a gingerbread house first, what you can do is you can have chat create you a prompt that is going to give you a whimsical watercolor gingerbread house. So what we're gonna ask chat first is to create us a prompt. So please create me a prompt to use AI image generator that give me a cute, whimsical gingerbread house with a slight watercolor look. I also want this graphic to be on a plain white background. And now you can also tell chat everything else that you want, other aspects that you want about the gingerbread house, you can tell it. And then it's going to give you ready to use AI generation prompt. And then what I would do, we're never going to take a prompt and just take it and copy and paste it. A lot of times I like to read it and go through it. So this says a cute, whimsical gingerbread house with candy cane details, gumdrop accents, and frosted icing decoration. Illustrated in a soft watercolor style, playful and charming with gentle brushstroke textures or pastel colors. I don't know about the pastel colors. We may change it to brushstroke textures and bright Christmas colors. The house should sit alone on a plain white background with no additional scenery or clutter, giving it a clean, bright, and magical appearance. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this. We're going to come back over here to the new chat. We are going to go to image generation, paste that back in there, and then I'm going to change the pastel colors, gentle brushstroke textures. I really don't know about the gentle brushstroke textures either. I kind of just want to take that out. Playful and charming with bright Christmas colors. Boom. So this is what our generic gingerbread house is going to look like. And then here, it doesn't look as much like a gingerbread house though. It took away the candy details.
Why is it doing that?
I know. Let's say, without altering this image very much, can you add back in bacon? Back in the candy
Perfect.
details. I would like to see, so let's go back and we need to make sure we tell it, like I like the red bow on the ribbon. I like the gumdrop details along the walkway. Maybe add a couple candy canes. Gumdrop details along the pathway, the red bow on the front door, and maybe and add some candy canes. I don't know.
Please and thank you.
To the landscaping. So now we're going to see what we're working with. So this is how you have to keep just playing around with it if you don't get what you want the first time. But let's say you did, after so many like image generations, it kind of starts. That's the thing with this, is after so many generations, it kind of starts going away from the original. But with this thread, I can always go back and I can still download this and I can take this image and I can start fresh and go from the first if I need to. Also, yeah, somebody said it took the snow away. It did take the snow away. I don't know why it did that. Let's see what this one looks like. Okay, so this one is tiny. This one is tiny. Can we please, let's just say, I love the looks of this, but can we make the gingerbread house bigger and look, and without, let's take this, without taking away any of the candy details, can you please make it look more like a modern, I don't want to say modern. Modern's not the correct word. What do we want to say? I want it to look more like a standard house. Let me just say that. Standard house, but gingerbread. I don't know. We'll see what it does. This was a teeny tiny house. So yeah, it takes it a few times to go back and forth. See, now it's in a completely different size aspect ratio. Now it's not even square anymore. So we may have to take this and start fresh again. And that's okay. This is the ebb and flow of AI, if you will.
Yes.
If you will. This is the ebb and flow. So we're going to see what both of these look like. Now, that don't look any different.
Oh my God.
Okay, let's try this one more time.
Are you wanting it to look exactly like the house?
No, I
in
mean,
the
it doesn't have to
picture?
look exactly like that. But what we can do is we can bring this image in here and say, actually, let's go. Okay, Courtney's saying for us to try 4.0. So I'm going to go to a new chat. I'm going to go from chat 5 to, Legacy. Okay, 4.0. And we're going to go, we're going to try this again in 4.0. Okay? So we're going to bring this finder back in. We're going to pop this here. And actually, let's go back to, what is going on? Wait, I accidentally clicked this did this to me yesterday, and these things will not go away. And I must have accidentally clicked this.
That's hilarious. What even is that?
That is an astronaut with a rubber with a duck float on Mars. Looks like it says.
Where did that come from?
Photorealistic image of an international astronaut on Mars wearing a giant duck inflatable toy around its waist. What in the world?
That's exactly what we wanted. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay, let's copy this. Let's go back
insane.
here. We changed to Chat GPT 4.0. And then we're gonna paste this in there. What would this house look like as a gingerbread house? Make this graphic with a playful design and a slight watercolor look. And we're just gonna go with it. We're just gonna go with it. So we changed it from chat 5 to chat 4. Now, once again, this one is not bad. So what I would do if this were me, if you're not getting it, when you go back, when you look at the grand scheme of things and you're like, oh, that's not what I wanted, but then I go back and I'm like, okay, it's not bad compared to what everything else it's created. You can save this and then you can go and manipulate it. And I'll show you how you can manipulate it here in a minute. But let's see what 4.0 gives us. Let's see. And then we'll go from there. Now, we do have our little gingerbread men. So these are files that you have access to on the Makers Gonna Learn website. So we're gonna go over here to cut files while that is generating. And we're gonna say gingerbread. We'll just go with gingerbread. I don't wanna type in gingerbread men, gingerbread people. I just wanna say gingerbread and hopefully they will come up. Or maybe I might have to pull up our description and see. Can you pull up the description and see if it has the name of the actual file?
It just says, let me pull it up real fast. Gingerbread house. Yeah, that's what it's called.
Okay. It's just called Gingerbread House? Mm-hmm. Cool. Oh, so we do have the gingerbread house here. If you just want to create the exact gingerbread house that we have, if you search gingerbread house, you can use the exact one that we created. And then this little gingerbread man is the one that we are using to represent the family. So you can click that download button. It's going to pull up as a PNG, and that's what we're going to put in front of the house once we create it. So now it's still generating. Give us a minute. Erica says, I don't have the option of versions. Mine just says Chat GPT, no numbers. Huh. I wonder if that's because, I pay for Pro, so maybe that's why. So here's another one that it gave us. That one's not bad. We'll just go ahead and use it. We'll download it and I'll show you how you can manipulate and use this for your cute little ornament. So before we do that though, I am gonna go ahead and grab this gingerbread house just in case. So we will have it ready to go. And now we are gonna hop back over to Design Space and we are gonna start building our ornament. So we're gonna start here over at the upload section. We're gonna go to upload, click upload image. We're gonna bring our Finder back into view and we are going to, let's start with, this is the first one that we got. I can show you all how to manipulate this one. Now it's gonna be a little bit harder, I say that in quotations, to manipulate because it kind of has like this faded look up here. So if this happens to you, what you're gonna need to do is go to continue. And then from here, we're just going to erase that background and we're gonna start over here on the side. And I'm probably not gonna go into a lot of detail about this. I just wanna show you how you can do it yourself if this is the case, and how you can do it straight out of Design Space and not have to use another, let's make it a little bit smaller right through here. And you don't have to use a different software. So what I would do is I would just come in here, erase all of the outside stuff, and then bring your eraser size down, and now you can kind of start manipulating it here. With this one particularly, you don't have to get super precise because it is on that thing. And if you accidentally erase something, you can come back to restore, and all you have to do is restore the piece that you accidentally erased and then just pop it back over to erase, and then you're just gonna erase all of that around it. So if for some reason your image is created and it doesn't give you a solid background, this is what I would do to manipulate it to make it work, is I would just erase everything that I don't need. Okay? And then, whoop, didn't mean to do that. Let me slow my roll just a little bit. And I'll slow down. So we're gonna go back to erase. And we're just gonna erase that side. And then I'm just going to erase this corner here. And just a little bit there and round that out. And now I can zoom out and you can see it looks more like our original image. I think after erasing that, I like this a lot more than I thought I would. Like, I really think this is a cute, and I'm gonna go back to restore. I'm gonna restore this corner right there. Beautiful. So now we're just gonna go to apply and continue. I'm going to choose a flat graphic and we're gonna go to continue, and then we are gonna upload that onto our canvas. Beautiful. And now, really all you have to do after you have utilized AI to create your gingerbread house, or downloaded the one that we have provided for you, either one. If you want to download the one that we've provided for you, it's going to be the same process. You're going to go over here to upload. You're going to go to upload image. All you have to do is bring your Finder in and you're going to drag and drop, except I'm going to do the gingerbread man. Same process if you're using the house, like I said, that we provided. So drag and drop the gingerbread man. We're going to go to continue, apply and continue. And then your same thing, we're choosing this as a flat graphic. Okay. Then we're gonna go to continue and upload that. And now all you have to do is place your little gingerbread men in front of the house, position them where you want them, and we can zoom in so that you can see them better. And then you can just duplicate and resize them. Another cute, like if you wanted to make some little kids, you can make them smaller. Another thing that you could do, and I think we have one, let me go to the website. This is a complete add-on, but just hear me out. If you wanted to distinguish between a girl and a boy, then, oh, I thought we had, wait, we do have watercolor bows. Watercolor bow. You could add a little bow to the top of the gingerbread or ginger girl, ginger woman, ginger person's head. We have different colors. Oh, this one's cutie. Let's download that.
That's so cute.
Super cute. And now what we can do is back over in Design Space. We can go over here to upload image, bring my Finder back in, drag and drop that watercolor bow, continue. This one for some reason is a very large graphic, so it may take it a minute. Once again, it is a flat graphic. And then we're gonna go to upload. It's telling us that it is a large image. It may take it a minute. Come on, honky. I wonder how big it's gonna be. Take bets. Never mind.
20 inches.
What? It's 28.
I was so
almost
close.
29. Let's pop that bad boy down to 1 inch.
Holy moly.
1 whole inch. It looks a little bit pink, a little bit more pink than what I was hoping for, but you can add a little bow. I'll zoom in a little bit more so you all can see it. You could also have ChatGPT make you a red bow if you think this one is too pink, but look.
That's so cute.
It's me and Asher.
Stop.
That's me and Asher. So we're just gonna leave it like that.
Precious.
And then what we are going to do now, before we move forward, because we do want to create our words and our family name underneath that. So what we're gonna do now is I'm going to add a text box. So we're just gonna come in here with text. The first font that we are using is Fernie. So let's go to our system fonts and let's type in Fernie.
People are saying that's a Southern mama's bow.
That is a Southern mom bow. That is a very large bow. That is, you're 100% right.
That's hilarious.
And then we're just gonna type in home, sweet home. We're going to size it to go across here. And let me kind of want to move my gingerbread people a little bit, maybe like closer to the door so that the home sweet home is not like cutting that out. So what we're going to do now, because I still want to create separation between the words and our graphic. So I'm going to first change the color. Then what I'm doing to create this separation, so let's bring this over so I can show you guys. You can see here that there is a little bit of separation between the graphic and our words. How you are going to do that is you are going to position your words exactly where you want it. It's okay if it overlaps the graphic, not a big deal, okay? And then from there, what you're gonna do is you're going to create an offset. It doesn't need to be that large. We'll make it like a 0.1 offset or maybe like a 0.15. I think a 0.1 will be good. And then we're gonna hit apply. And then from there, what we're going to do is we are going to select this and our image here, and we're gonna slice that. So if for some reason, here's another thing. If for some reason your gingerbread people, if their feet touch this offset, you do have to flatten everything together if that's the case. For this design, this main graphic of the house is the only thing that this offset is touching. It is not touching any other image, but let's say this guy's feet is down here. If I were to go to slice without having all of this flattened together, it's not gonna slice that. So either move your gingerbread people up above the offset, or what you can do is select all of the print and cut images, not your offset and words yet. And you can see here on the layers panel, if nothing else, if you take nothing else away from this week, I want you all to really start working from your layers panel. Make sure that you have the 4 or 5, however many gingerbread people you have, your house, the gingerbread people, flatten them together. And then once you do that, no matter what is touching this offset will be sliced out. So we have this flattened. I'm going to keep that selected. I'm going to select my offset. It doesn't do that. It's been having issues. We're gonna have to unflatten it. I don't know why it's doing this. Anyway, we're just going to slice out our offset and the house image. So we have them both selected. We're gonna hit slice. It looks like, oh my goodness, it's gone away. Not a big deal. We are just going to start getting rid of our slice results, and then we are going to bring this guy to the front, this guy to the front, and our bow to the front. And now we are back to where we were.
Back in business.
Back in business, y'all, back in business. The last thing that we need to do is we need to bring in another text box. This one we are doing the Fleur Noir here, and this is what you're going to put the family name in. So we'll just put McCoy family, or the Bells, or the McCoys, or we'll put the McCoys, since I said this was me and Asher, although Asher's not a McCoy. It's all good. So now what you're going to do is you're just going to size this down, place it wherever you want. We are going to change the color. I'm changing it to this green color to kind of match like that. You can even make it smaller if you want. Actually, that would not be an apostrophe S there. I always get confused with apostrophe S, no apostrophe S, because this is not plural possessive. We're just saying the McCoys in general. It's no apostrophe. I got it. I got it. I understand. You would think that English should be my first language. Anyway, now what we're going to do, we are selecting everything. We are flattening everything together. And then our last step is we are adding an offset to all of this. Not really sure where these guys are coming from. We'll get rid of them in a minute. I am going to make this offset a little bit bigger. We're going to try, yeah, I think we're going to go with 0.25. Do I want to go 0.2? I think I might want to go 0.25 because we do have to leave enough room. We have to leave enough room to add the hole, but I am going to contour out these pieces. I guess I forgot to like erase part of something, don't know. And I'm going to change this to white, just like this. Let me change the background color so that you all can see this a lot better, even better. What is this guy? Hold on, let me go to contour. I don't know what this guy is. I think it might be part of, yeah. I need to contour out this. Yeah, this and this. Cool. So, last thing we need to do is flatten this all together. Then we are going to add a circle to the top. Like this. This is going to be, we're just going to cut a hole out of the top so that we can put our ribbon through it. Like this. It's okay if it kind of goes through the top of the house. It should not be that big of a deal. And then we're going to select that again. I'm not understanding why it is not allowing me to slice, because that is one layer and it should be So we're gonna unflatten. It is not allowing me to slice for some reason, and we're going to select the circle and the offset, and we're gonna slice it. And then we're also gonna have to slice it through the house, because if I bring this house to the front, it's not through there. You can see it's not cut through there either, and I need it to be cut through there. So I'm going to, with this selected, with my house selected and my circle selected, I'm going to slice again. And now I'm going to get rid of all of these extra slice results. That one, and now you can see I have that circle that goes all the way through there. And then I'm just going to bring everything else forward. Now, how I'm doing this is I'm using my shortcut keys. You can either drag and drop. You can see here I can pick it up and drag it here. I need my bow in front of there. That one can go there. You can pick it up, or you can use your keyboard. I use keyboard shortcuts to bring mine to the front. For Mac, it's Command and then right bracket brings it to the front, and Command left bracket takes it to the back. So now that we have all of this done and we have it arranged the way that we need to, we're now ready to come back in here and flatten this back together. Once again, it should have been easy, and I should have been able to have sliced that through that flattened image, because flattening an image makes it one layer. But for some reason with Cricut's updates, I've noticed that it just doesn't work that way anymore. Dorian says slice has been giving me issues lately. It has been me too, because let's come back to one. What I'm not understanding, and what I'm having issues with slice, I feel like that was a lot, and this is something that you all are definitely gonna have to go back and rewatch, because there was a lot of back and forth. But it's because slice has been giving me issues. When you flatten an image or you flatten things together, it is supposed to make it one layer. Now I understand that they still have that drop down menu and it shows like the flattened image. Not really understanding why. So this is my plea to Cricut. If anyone at Cricut is watching, please allow us to slice a flattened image with multiple. If there, we used to do it before. Why can't we do it now? Anyway, back to our share screen. That's my soapbox. We are now going to size our ornament to whatever size you want. The one that we have made is 4 inches by like 3.5. So this one is closer to 5. Let's bring it down to about 4 1/4. That's going to be a pretty good size. And now we are ready to print. So I'm going to hide these over here that were on our canvas. Hide that guy. And this is the one we're going to be printing today. So I'm going to go to Make It. I'm changing my material size to 8.5 by 11 because we're printing it on our Cricut printable transparent vinyl. And then I'm going to go to continue. We're going to click send to printer. Next. For this one, I do not need the bleed because I do have a white offset, so I don't need my color to bleed. So I'm turning bleed off. I'm changing it to our Canon TS9500 series printer. I'm always using system dialog and then clicking print. Now from there, it will pull up behind your window normally. Sometimes it will pop in front of it. But we are once again using our Canon TS9500. I'm feeding this from the rear tray. I'm changing my media type to photo just because this is a glossy vinyl. So I'm changing it to media type to photo and our quality from normal to best and clicking print. Okay, now we are not ready to cut this yet. There's actually a process. We're putting it in the self-seal laminating pouches first. before we cut it, and then we will go to cut this, but we are putting it in this first. Now, how these work, you need to read these instructions. You will put the paper, there is a sticky side and a non-sticky side of this. So this is the non-sticky side, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna place this transparent sticker paper down onto the non-sticky side, and then we are going to take the sticky side and peel it back and place it over there. So I'm just going to peel this back just a little bit more so I have some room to work with. This is why it is important to have a squeegee with that felt on the end versus having one that doesn't. Jan did ask, is there a reason to use Cricut brand sticker paper? No, not necessarily. We just really like the Cricut brand sticker paper these days. And they do have the transparent. If you have another brand of transparent, by all means, use it. I say go use what you've got. Don't go out and buy something or Cricut brand just because we're using it for this one. There really wasn't a reason why we chose Cricut. It's just we've been really enjoying it, and we like the quality, and it's what we had. So what I'm doing is I'm pulling just this much of this back, and I'm going to line it up here. And now what I'm going to do, because you really have to be careful and try your best to not get air bubbles in this. Ooh, didn't mean to pull that off. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip it back this way, grab this, kind of pull some of it off like this, and I'm going to start laying it down. And actually, I'm already getting some air bubbles, so I'm going to try to get these out. And what you can do is we can just kind of start pushing this down and not even, normally I can get up and under there and not have to, it kind of moves itself. Without, I don't like that sound. So sorry, guys. It's very annoying. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
You know what that sound reminds me of? When you accidentally scratch your fingernails on the side of your car. It's the worst.
You can stop talking about that now.
I did it the other day and I thought I was going to cry. I was about to crash out.
I'm about to crash out right now, actually.
Poor Brooks with the headphones on.
It's not that bad? Okay. ASMR, ASMR. Yes, Annette, this is a self-laminating sheet. Yes. Okay. It did pretty good. There's a piece right there, and there's actually some bubbles over here, but it's not where I'm not really concerned. I'm not going to be concerned about that right now. But you just keep moving this down. Ooh, ooh. Another thing that I highly suggest, if you are going to do this, don't do one at a time. Do multiple of these at a time because, like I said, the self-laminating pouches can be a little bit expensive. So if you do multiple of these at a time, you just it will help you save some money. So I would suggest doing 2 or 3 at a time. Okay. Once you have it down, I'm just moving those bubbles out. If for some reason you do get bubbles, a little trick of the trade that I have learned, if you have a pin tool, if you just kind of poke the bubble with a pin tool, you can let the air out of it and get it to lay down. Doesn't have to be a pen tool. You can actually do it with a stick pin, safety pin. You can do it with a like a needle too. A sewing needle will work. I just like to get the air out and then take my squeegee and lay that down. Once again, I have quite a few bubbles over here, but this is not where I'm as concerned. I don't have an image over there. And now what you're gonna do is you're gonna peel that back, and we're gonna start laying it down too. And I probably should have also only done a little bit at a time with this. So let me lay this back down on here and pull this over. Not really sure why that's not wanting to lay flat right there. I must have gotten it too close. But I'm gonna get it started here. And now I can pull this back. Oh, come on, there we go. I can pull this back up and do the same thing, but now we're going this way with it. And squeegeeing that down and across. And really focusing on where your image is the most. Like that. Beautiful. Now it does curl a little bit. I'm not really sure why that's curling, but I am gonna go ahead and take my scissors and I'm gonna cut this edge off over here, just because I don't need it and I don't necessarily want it to go through the Cricut. So I'm gonna cut this edge off here. I'm also going to kind of, from the back, squeegee this down. I would probably use a strong grip mat if you have one for this. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm laying this down on my mat. Oh, that's a brand new. That's a brand new standard grip mat, so that'll work perfectly. And we're just gonna roll this out. You all can really see my imperfections, like up here where I didn't get it on as well. We're not gonna look at those. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. Okay. Get all of our trash out of the way. We're gonna go back to our share screen. We are gonna click done. We are going to be cutting this on, actually, I wanna look at the material settings. So we went back and forth between acetate and Mylar, and so I wanted to look at the cut pressure of acetate versus Mylar. So acetate has a cut pressure of 350 with 3 passes. So let me find Mylar and let's just compare and contrast. So our Mylar is only 292 and not multiple passes. So because of that, I'm actually gonna go with acetate with this cut setting because it does have more pressure and it does go through 3 times. So we're gonna browse all material. We are going to search acetate here, done. and we might as well put it on more pressure, why not? Now that we have done that, we are loading this into our machine. So let's go back over to our Cricut camera, and you have to check this first because it said we had 3 passes, but it's not popping off the page like I want it to. So I'm actually not gonna unload it, and I'm gonna hit this play button again, and I'm gonna send it through and cut this out again. So yes, we used acetate. Yes, it had the highest pressure. Yes, it did 3 passes, but it's still, if that doesn't tell you how thick this material is, I don't know what else will. So it is now cutting out again. It's gonna go through 3 more passes, and hopefully this time it will pop off the page. Okay, that's our second pass. I think we had to put it through twice when we made these anyway. Oh, I can already see it looks a lot better, I think. Let me come back over here and check it. Oh yeah, this little piece came off like it was nothing. So let's go ahead and unload it, and we'll go overhead and I'll show you how well it cut. So here it is. Are y'all seeing how well it's just popping off? So you do need to send it through twice, but there you go. Super cute. You can see the colors so much better when you have it on a white background, but that's still very pretty. And then the last thing that you need to do is we are going to thread this ribbon through here like this. And then you just have to tie it off and you are done. And this would be such a cute, like a cute little gift tag, way to do gift tags, a different way that you could do gift tags. So many different possibilities. And then you would just trim these pieces off. Except I don't want to right now. Let me see if I can tie a bow. Let's tie it in a little bow. See how that looks. Let me straighten this out first and get these pretty even. I think for bows, when you're tying bows like this, making a knot first, like this, and then coming back in here and tying your bow is so much easier than just strictly trying to tie a bow like you would normally tie a bow. That's my little trick, is make sure if it's a loop, tie a knot first, and there we go.
Cute.
Cutie patootie. I love it. I love it. What do you guys think?
I've got to get a little quiet because we're doing an inexpensive Christmas gift, and I'm coming back here to hide because I am going to be making a Christmas gift for Sadie and Shane. I don't know if you've not been around the channel, Sadie is our producer, and she got married this year. So I'm going to be making an inexpensive gift for her and Shane, and I want to teach you guys how to make it as well. So let me go ahead and show you exactly what I'm starting with as far as material-wise. We don't really have a lot because we are going to be creating a personalized, really meaningful gift in Canva and printing it. So the only thing that I have material-wise is this frame. First of all, let me take a step back. Can you believe this frame? It is beautiful. It came from Walmart. This is like a poster size frame. What I love about this, look at those curved corners, like how pretty. And that color of that wood, I mean, I'm obsessed. Not very expensive. It's also linked down below. But I'm going to show you how you can create a collage in Canva and then have it printed, and you can do same day pickup at Walgreens. I'll walk you through the process. So let's go ahead and get started. So we're going to be making this collage in Canva. You can do this with Canva Free or Canva Pro. I will say that you are going to have a lot more elements to use if you have Canva Pro, but it is completely doable with a free account. So what I do to get started when I'm making a collage is I like to grab a notebook and I like to jot down everything that comes to mind when I think of either the person or the couple that I'm creating it for. So for Sadie and Shane, Number one, they are huge music lovers. So concert tickets are a must. So I'm going to write down concert tickets. Next up is going to be anything records. They love collecting vinyl. So I'm going to put vinyl record on there. Next thing that I know that they love as a couple, Sadie is a photographer at heart. So I think I want to put a camera on there somewhere. Shane loves cigars. He loves going to cigar lounges. So I'm going to write down cigars. I think that's going to be a really good something to put in this collage. As well as they did take their honeymoon out west. So we're going to do something related to out west. And I've heard Sadie talk about Shane loving buffalo and bison. So I'm going to somehow incorporate that as well. So I'm going to write down buffalo. The next thing is their favorite artist and wedding song. I want to incorporate that somewhere in there. So I'm going to write down the name of that song on here. So I make sure that I don't forget it. I incorporate that. And then I love to go gather images, whether that if you can find like baby pictures or younger pictures of the person or couple, that's always going to be a really good addition to a collage, as well as a couple pictures of them together, maybe one or two of them separate. An easy way that I like to do this, if I'm wanting it to be a surprise, is going to their social media accounts and saving photos and using it that way. That way you don't have to go ask them, hey, can you send me some pictures? I don't normally go in and save people's pictures from social media, but for this, I mean, it's a really, really good cause, and I want to keep this a secret. So I've gone and found some pictures that I think are going to go with that. I have them saved, and now it is time to start building our collage. So let's go ahead and jump over to our share screen, and let me show you how I set all of this up and find matching elements that go together to make this look phenomenal. So to begin creating our collage, our Christmas present collage in Canva, we want to start out over here at the Create button. Now, no matter what size frame you have, you can do this for any size frame, but for the one that we have specifically, the whole frame is 22 by 28 inches unmatted. For the specific frame that I have, it is 22 by 28 inches unmatted, and then with the mat, it's 18 by 24. So I want to start with the 22 by 28, just so I make it large enough to fit in the actual frame and not have to like tape it down and move it with the mat. So I'm going to make my document 22 by 28 inches, or the size of your frame, and then I'm going to go to Create New Design. Now, because I want to leave the mat in this frame, but I want the actual print to go past the mat, I'm going to create a square or a guide for me to put all of my elements inside so that I know that they're going to fit inside the mat. So I'm going to come over here to Elements. I'm just going to grab a square. I'm going to go over to Position. And then at the bottom under Advanced, you can see here that we can change the width and the height, and you can either lock or unlock the size aspect ratio. In Canva, everything normally stays unlocked, so I don't need to unlock it. It's already there. But the size of the area that I'm going to be designing in with the mat is 18 by 24 inches. So I'm going to make my width 18 and my height 24. And then I can just center this on the page. Now, I don't want it to be this blue color either. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and put a line on the outside of it. We can bump it down to 1 here. Let's go here and let's just type in 1. And then when I go to the color, I can do a transparent so it's see-through. And now I just have a guide that I can really see what it's going to look like. So now it is time for us to start grabbing elements to put into our collage. So I'm going to come over here to Elements. The first thing that I know I want to do is I think I want to do their pictures on like some playing cards. So I'm going to go for like a king and a queen. So we're going to do King of Hearts, and we're going to find a playing card that works. Now, here is another thing. When you are creating these collages, if you go with the graphics, if you go with these types of images, you need to keep those graphics the same. We don't want to go back and forth between graphics and photos. You are really looking at trying to keep all of this consistent. So you want consistent designs throughout the whole thing. So one good way of doing this is, let's say you found something in the elements, maybe this one, for example. How you can find things that match is magic recommendations will pop up, and you can go to see all, and it will show you lots of different options that still fit within that theme. So you can see here, there is a queen here that matches it. So there is a king and a queen card that matches here. Maybe you're going for more of a black and white look, which is perfectly fine. Here is like the black and white spades and clubs. That could fit. But for this one, I think I want to go more images instead of graphics. So I'm going to hop back over here, and I think I want to go for the photos section. So I really like this king card. I like how it looks kind of worn. I'm going to do the background remover just to make sure I remove that background, and we'll size that down. And I do love how the center of this one is also gone. That way I can put a picture of Shane in this one and maybe Sadie in the next one. So once again, I'm going to go to magic recommendations and see if I can find the queen, and there is a queen that matches, which is even better. I love that. I'm so excited. Okay, so I'm just going to size these down. I'm not worried about placement yet. All I'm doing right now is trying to get all of the elements on the page so that I can start placing things here in a little bit. So we're just going to leave that there. Next up, because I do want to incorporate a picture, and this was also not on the list, but I knew in my head I wanted to. I want to incorporate a picture of one of their baby pictures or one of their pictures of when they were younger. So I want to do that in a way that feels vintage, yet something that you would see baby pictures in, and automatically the first thing I think about is a locket. So I'm going to search for locket first, and it looks like there are some options. Some of these are closed. I'm looking for more of an open locket. And this is going to be what takes the most time, is finding things that match and fit and go together. So let me try, instead of just locket, let me try open locket. Let me see if I can go see all. And see, here is a really good example. So here are some open locket graphics that I love. But when I'm putting it in here, do you all see how it doesn't really flow as well because we have a graphic and a photo? I'm not saying it can't work. It can work. It's not terrible if you can't find anything else. But we want to try to keep everything consistent. So let me just play around with some other things really quickly. I kind of like this half open one, but I was really looking for something more so with a chain, I think. We'll leave that one on there for just a minute. Okay, I have an idea. So I really like this locket, and I like the antique brass of it. So I'm going to go to background remover, and then I'm also going to add a page, and I'm just going to cut and paste things that I'm not 100% sure about down here on this secondary page until I'm ready. But y'all, I think this one might be the way that I go. I do kind of like how that chain hangs off, and I can layer that chain over top of there. I like that one, and I like those together. So let's keep moving on. Next, I want to do a record. So let's put record in here. Let's go to photos. Oh, I really like this one. This is cool. We can do something cool with that. But once again, it has a background on it. So I'm going to hit that background remover really quickly. We're going to place it maybe somewhere up in here. We'll play around with all of that here in just a minute. And I do like these magic recommendations just immediately. That doesn't look as much like a photo. Like that looks more like a graphic, but maybe it could work. I do want to do a of some sort, but I don't think I want that one. I don't think that one's the vibe as much. I do love that there are, oh, I like this one. This one's cool. But can we change that color? Let's see what we can do. No, we're going to go back. We'll just leave it like that. Perfect. Once again, we're going to hit that background remover. I'm going to bring these parameters down just a little bit, just so I can kind of, that's one of the things that I have found. It helps me design a lot more because I can really manipulate the size. If the parameters are a lot larger than the actual photo, especially once you go to background remover, I like bringing those parameters down so that I can really kind of manipulate the size a little bit better. So I think I want to do a matchbox. I've got that in there because that's going to go with the cigars. So let's go back. I like this one, but I also like the idea of having just like a blank record like this, or a vinyl like this, maybe down here, possibly. I think we're getting somewhere. We still got a ways to go, so just hear me out. Okay. Next, I want to look for a cigar. I don't know if I want to do a box of cigars or just like one individual cigar. This could be good for an individual cigar. So we're just going to go to background remover and we'll remove the background in case we want to do just like an individual cigar somewhere. Once again, do you see how these parameters, bringing these parameters in will just kind of help you when you go to like try to click on another element. If it was larger, it would be hard. You would have to come up here to positions and find it and choose it, especially when we're making collages like this. So I'm just going to keep that one there for right now. Not 100% sold on it just yet. I want to keep, oh, I think I found something. Okay. That is going to be a good piece that goes in this collage somewhere. I'm not really sure where, but it's going to go somewhere. And I have a lot of vertical images, so I'm going to change this one to horizontal. And once again, all of these are a little bit big right now. So we're going to make them all smaller kind of as we design so that we can fit everything on the collage. And I do want to keep it kind of like realistic to size as well. I think this needs to come over, maybe this one down here, maybe that in the middle. I'm still playing around with some things. So the matchbox definitely needs to be a little bit smaller, maybe like there. Okay, still have some more elements. So next up, I want to find, let's go to camera. And we're just going to, I know that I am in graphics versus images. So let's go to photos and see if I can find something. I kind of like this camera. It looks kind of cool. It's giving a very scrapbook vibe. Speaking of scrapbook, let's just type in scrapbook and see if we can find elements that we like. Like this torn paper element is so cool. Kind of like that. Let's see if we got magic recommendations. I like it, but I don't think that's it just yet. Let's just keep on moving. So let's see. We have cigar, we have a camera, we have a record. Let's go postcard now. This one's cool and just pretty simple. And here I have an idea. So I think I want to make the postcard look like it has, like I want an image, like an image type postcard. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look up buffalo. We're going to go to the actual photos and find one that we like. Let's try bison. Oh, that's it right there. This is the image that I need. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to layer this with the postcard. So it's the same size. I'm going to send it behind the postcard, and then I'm going to select the postcard and come up here to transparency and bump that transparency down so that you can still see the lines on the postcard. And y'all, look at that. That looks like a legit postcard. And then after that, let's go back. I don't want to move that. I'm going to select both. So because these are layered right on top of each other, I can't really select them both just by clicking this. So I'm going to go to position, I'm going to go to layers, and I'm going to select the postcard and the photo by holding the shift key down and selecting it from the layers panel. And then I'm going to group those together. So now those are grouped as one image. And now I can move it together and resize it and whatever. And you can do that all in like just one thing. So next thing I want to do is I want to add a stamp to that postcard. I want to do photos. Oh, this will be a good one because they did take their trip out west, their honeymoon. So it's kind of like both pieces. And I'm going to put that like up here and kind of turn it maybe a little bit. It's still a little large. So let's just turn it a little bit. Do I want it that way or this way? Maybe making it just a little bit bigger, and we'll zoom in so that you all can see this. And then I think I'm just going to go ahead and group those together as well because I don't really want those to move. And I think we're getting somewhere for sure. Okay, so I did find a different camera that I liked a little bit better. And I want to show you how I can, because I really like this kind of retro kind of dotted image you can see here, and I want to find more like it and more elements like it just to kind of fit things around what I'm doing. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move these down just a little bit right here. And what I want to show you is you can right click, or if you're on a Mac, it's control click, and you can come down here to info on any image. So we're going to go to info, and then I want to either view collection or see more like this because I'm wanting some more elements that look like this. I'm just going to move these over just a little bit and send this one to the back. Bring it down and send it to the back a little bit. I really like this star. I don't know why, but I really like this star, and I think I want to put it somewhere like over here, and maybe even, do I want it in the front or the back? I don't know. We're still playing around with it. Move some things around. But this is how you can truly, and here's the thing, because the matting is going to be, the matting may cut a little bit of this off. I don't think that's going to be that big of a deal, especially because it is a collage type thing. But this is how you can find elements that resemble each other and look similar. Like this record would be really cool somewhere because once again, we're going with that record theme. We can even move it back behind everything to kind of like have it peeking out somewhere. But I wanted to see, I loved this corner piece. I love this corner piece, and it goes with the photography, Sadie's kind of photography thing. So I'm going to put this corner piece. Ooh, okay. I'm going to put this corner piece up here. I'm going to shrink it down. I'm going to put it up here in the corner, and I'm going to move it to the back like this. It's all about creating layers when you are doing a collage. It's all about making things fit and creating these layers. So now one of the last pieces I want to put is a Polaroid here. Frame. Cute. I want to see what kind of photos, because I want to show you how you can, I like the stacked one here. Okay, so I liked just this stack side. I didn't realize it came in with both. So I'm going to take this, crop it down like so, and then remove the background. And now I can place it there. We can move it to the back. We can move this down, maybe even make this cigar box a little bit smaller because I want the Polaroid to be a little bit large. I am going to let it hang off the top just a little bit. I think that is not a big deal. And now I'm going to create my frames for like the cards, this, our Polaroid, maybe even a frame on the front of this vinyl. We'll see. So how you're going to do that is we're going to go back to elements, and we're going to come down here. We're going to scroll down to where it says frames, and we're going to select the square frame. So you can see here, it's just what this represents in Canva. It means that I can drag and drop any photo into this frame and it's going to make it look like it was meant to be there. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to I'm going to shrink this down and I'm going to zoom in. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to arrange this on the front of this card. And if it is snapping and you do not want it to snap, you can hit control and it's not going to snap to anything. So what I'm doing is I'm clicking my element, then I'm holding control down and moving it. And then I'm going to fit that there. I think that looks really good. And then we're going to duplicate that. I'm going to zoom in over here. Once again, with this selected, it is going to be, you do have to kind of be careful. And this may be something you may want to do closer to the front of designing. We're just going to fit this there, and then I'm going to move it back behind the queen like that. And then what you can do is we can now group these together by selecting them both. How you select them both is you click your first one, hold your shift key down, and then click the second element, and then there's going to be something come up where you can group them together. Now they're all grouped together, and we don't have to worry about these being separate pieces. Next up, I want to add a frames to my locket. So I'm going to grab a circle. We are going to make it smaller. And you can turn a circle into an oval here in Canva. You can see how easy it is. And then we are going to zoom in. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make this frame fit into this locket. So I'm just going to size this down. We're going to turn it. Let's turn it just a little bit more like that. Beautiful. And now I'm going to duplicate and move this one over here. And now we can put those photos in the locket. Now, once again, I'm going to create a frame for the Polaroid. We'll zoom in. We're going to size it down. I'm going to put it up here in this corner like that. And then I'm going to select that and make it just a little bit smaller. And then we're going to have to bump it down right there. So now we have, and that didn't look, I think I'm just going to extend it past the black just a little bit like that. And now we have a frame for our Polaroid. So now all that's left is for us to put different elements in, different things like, for example, I'm probably going to do S&S on the matchbox for Sadie and Shane. I'm probably going to do a wedding photo here and the date of their wedding there. So I'm going to go ahead and grab all those elements, put those in, and we will be right back. Okay, guys, I did a few little finishing touches on this. I added a guitar pick here. I added some little flowers that I found and a really cute picture of them on this vinyl. I also added their first concert together, their wedding date with a little kiss here, the S&S for Sadie and Shane, and then I put Be the Song, which was their wedding song, and then lyrics from that song here. And I think that I am very, very pleased with where we're at. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to position, and I'm just going to delete this guide that I had right there. Lovely. And I actually might make this just a smidgen bigger because I want it to kind of go off the matting. So I just made it just a little bit bigger. Not a big deal. I want the matting to cover the edges of it. And now we are ready to download this and send it to Walgreens to get it printed. I will take you guys with me to pick it up, and then we'll put it all together so that you can see the finished product. So when I'm going to print something from Canva, this is honestly one of my biggest tricks to make sure everything, all of the colors are the same and exactly what I want it to be. So coming over here to share, if you'll go to download, if you are printing it, you want to change this from a PNG to a PDF print. This is going to be best for printing. Now, the only problem is this next step does require you to have Canva Pro. If you don't have Canva Pro, it is perfectly fine. You don't have to do this step, but if you do have Canva Pro, take advantage of this little trick because it does make your prints turn out phenomenal. But if you'll come down here to color profile, and I actually need to do this, you can see I had a different page. We're going to go to current page. We just want current page. And I'm changing it from RGB to CMYK because CMYK is the colors that printers have: cyan, magenta, yellow, black. RGB is what we use on our digital profile. So I'm going to change it from RGB to CMYK, and then I'm going to click download. After I have done that, all we have to do is go over to Walgreens and upload that. And you don't have to do it in Walgreens. You can do it Walmart. You could do Walgreens, CVS, whatever. I've ordered my print. Here in a little bit, we're going to go pick it up, and then we're going to put it all together when I get to the house, and you all are going to see the finished product. Altogether, the print was $26. We'll call it $30 after tax. This specific frame we used is a little bit more on, I won't say expensive. It is going to run you around $25 with tax and everything. So we're looking at, this is like a $50 gift. In the grand scheme of things for a couple's gift, I don't think that that is very expensive. I think it's an extremely meaningful gift. It is truly going to be one of those gifts that is going to be super appreciated because you've taken your time, you've thought about the couple, you've thought about the person, you've put things together that you think they would like. So you don't have to go with the more expensive frame. You can get frames, poster frames at Walmart for as little as $10. So you don't have to get this exact frame. I love this exact frame. I think it is beautiful, but it can be even cheaper than around $50. It doesn't even have to be that much, but I can't wait for you all to see how it turns out. So later on, we'll go pick that up and we'll put this in the frame and then I'll show you. Also, just a little tip, check for coupons when you are printing from Walgreens. I found a coupon that literally gave me 50% off, bringing the total, let me go ahead and let me put it in actually, brought the total of my poster down to $12.99. That makes it even cheaper. So look for those coupons, ask Google, ask ChatGPT, find those coupons because I promise you, you can do it even cheaper than $50 and get the more expensive frame. So just a little heads up.
Okay, guys, it is the same day and we are here at Walgreens. So let's go pick up our print and then we're going to take it home and we are going to put it in the frame to give to Sadie and Shane. Okay, guys, I got the goods. I got the poster. I don't think if I open it right now, you all are going to be able to see it. So we'll wait till we get home, but you're not going to believe how much I actually got this for. I ended up getting this tax and all for $14.26. So make sure you're checking for those codes. Currently, at the time of my filming, there was a 50% off coupon for these posters. So check and see if they've got any codes going on. This could be such a really good, inexpensive gift. I'm telling you, definitely don't just buy it without Googling or looking at ChatGPT and asking for discount codes because, listen, I got this for 50% off. So let's go home and put it in the frame. Okay, guys, we have finally made it home and here is our poster. I've not gotten it out yet because I wanted you guys to see it first. And then we will go ahead and put it in. Look how cute. I love this. This is gonna look so good when we put it in the frame. So I'm gonna go ahead and reposition you so that we can put this, I can show you how we're gonna put this in the frame. Okay, so I do have some tape here and some scissors to cut it down. I also have a box cutter in case I need to cut it that way, but what we're gonna do is we're just going to add this to our frame. So the way that this frame works is it just has tabs on
the back side, which it is really hard for me to get my fingernails under, so I'm going to use this X-Acto knife or this to place it in here. Okay, so we have this. So I'm taking out this portion, but I'm gonna leave the matting in there. And what I'm going to do now is position. I think I'm first going to, because remember I said I had to get it a 20 by 30, so it's gonna be longer. So I think what I'm going to do first is cut off a small portion of the white on the bottom. We're not gonna cut off a lot, but we're gonna cut off a small portion of the white on the bottom and the top to get it to fit in this frame, because it is somewhat of an odd size frame, I think. And now we should be able to get it to fit. And I think that fits pretty perfect. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to grab some tape and I'm going to tape this down. And then I will put the backing back on and show you all the finished product. Now, one thing you do want to make sure you are aware of, make sure you are hanging it. If you are doing vertical, make sure that the way to hang it, or this right here, is on top, and you place your actual poster down the way that you're supposed to. And then we're just gonna put this backing back in. And then push these tabs back down. Da 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 da. Look how cute. I want to show you guys closer. So let me lay it down and I'll turn you guys around so that you can see. I mean, look how pretty that is. I think it looks so good. Let me get a close-up so y'all can see it a lot better. I just think it looks so cute. I mean, honestly, such a good gift if you are trying to ball on a budget and but you still want Christmas to be very sentimental. I think this is a great way to achieve that, because it is so personal, yet very, very inexpensive. And you all can use your design skills to create collages for the people in your life.
In today's video, we're going to be making something that I feel like is going to be very nostalgic, but people are going to love. And we're going to be focused. I really think that this would be a great, like a hostess gift. And I'll tell you how I think that this could be a really great hostess gift here in a little bit. Not only that, you could make these for yourself. This could be a DIY that you do at home for yourself. This could be a really, really cool, fun, creative hostess gift. So many ways that you can really take this next craft and make it your own. But when we were trying to think of ideas of what we could do, I immediately thought of a photo album for some reason. I don't know about you guys, but in our digital age, I have really missed physically holding photos, to the point that this summer, when my son went to summer camp, they can only take disposable cameras. So we've been carrying around disposable cameras all summer and just getting snapshots. Now, I've not had the opportunity to go get them developed yet. So because I had that disposable camera in my car, we were thinking, oh my goodness, why not create a vintage inspired photo album? Because we feel like a lot of people are kind of going back. We have been in such a digital age. We're kind of going back to the nostalgia of having photos in our hands So what we're going to be doing is we are going to be taking some fabric and some trim, some ribbon, and we are going to be covering this photo album and using our Cricut and putting an element down here. And here is how I think this would make an amazing hostess gift. So you all are obviously here because you're crafty. Why not create a vintage inspired photo album for, let's say, whoever is hosting Christmas or someone who is hosting a girls' night. This does not have to be just for Christmas. Any kind of like gathering that you are having with your friends and family, you can create a photo album with this fabric. You don't have to have the trim. The trim is just extra because we think it's super cute. And then as a hostess gift, give your hostess the photo album plus a disposable camera, and you take snapshots of everything going on at the event. That way you can then print it out, put it in this photo album, and the photo album can already be labeled Girls Christmas 2025 or Thanksgiving. You can even do this for your family. If you have a bunch of photos just randomly floating around that's not in an album, you could do this for vintage photos. Thanksgiving 97. There are so many things that you can do with this. So if you're ready to learn how we're going to turn this into this, stick around because I'm going to walk you step by step through this process. Before we get started, I do have to tell you guys, if you have not signed up for Christmas Craft Week, you've got to go do that now. Christmas Craft Week is a week-long crafting event, November the 3rd through the 7th, where we are teaming up with some of the top names in the crafting industry to bring you over 20 amazing Christmas crafts. I'm so excited for this event, and I know that you guys are too. So make sure you click that first link down below to get signed up. You want to sign up early. Early is going to always be the best. So go ahead, click that link, get signed up before it's too late. Now, with all that being said, let's go ahead and talk about all of the supplies that you're going to need to do this. So first off, we have a photo album. Now this is one that we got from Amazon. It does lay flat, it is smaller. It does fit your standard photo size. After that, we do have some Christmas, kind of Christmassy fabric. We're gonna use that to cover our photo album. Then we have some cute white trim. We're just gonna add that to the edge of the photo album. And then I have some ribbon that we are going to glue in to tie the photo album together. Now, we also do have some white heat transfer vinyl, so you're gonna need that to label your photo album. I do have some really good fabric scissors here. I'm actually going to be cutting the fabric by hand. I'm not going to have my Cricut cut it because everyone's photo albums are going to be different sizes. So I am going to use fabric scissors for that. Obviously, to cut your HTV, you are going to need a mat. So I do have a standard grip mat here on my table. I also have my Lynn Lilly precision glue gun here because I do feel like we're going to need a quick set on the glue. Now on top of that, I do have some fabric glue here. It is the Aleene's Super Fabric. I probably will use that on the inside, so we're gonna be folding the fabric in, but I'm also gonna create another piece that goes over top of it to kind of sandwich the ribbon that we tie it together in and have it look so it looks very finished. So I will probably use this on that piece just to kind of secure everything in. But I knew that I still needed my hot glue to kind of like a quick set. So we do have two different types of glue. And other than that, that is pretty much all you're gonna need. So let's go ahead and start making our photo album. Okay, friends, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to lay my photo album flat on my fabric because I'm just going to, and I've used this corner that was already cut. I'm just going to place it up here in the corner. You want to leave enough room that you have room to fold it over on both sides like that and still kind of have an edge so that it goes underneath here. Now, this looks really odd right now. We're going to finish this later. So I'd say about 1/4 inch. Let me grab my measuring tape and I'll give you exact measurements. Actually, it's probably about 1/2 inch. So you may want to leave 1/2 inch clearance on all sides. If you want to, you can mark on that side as well. Because I'm working with this kind of check gingham fabric, I'm just gonna go ahead and line this up, and I think I'm going to cut with the lines of the fabric here to keep me straight. So what I'm doing now is I'm just going to cut along this line across the bottom, up this way as well. And so now you can see we have a pretty even all the way around. Now, we are going to have to, because this photo album here, you can see it lays flat in the middle, so we can't fold all of this over without having some type of separation. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take my scissors and I'm going to cut a strip right here and right here. So when I fold it in, I can fold it in right there on the middle and like tack that down, and it should not affect how it closes, but it still gives that kind of finished look. And then we'll even maybe add a ribbon, some ribbon up through here to finish it even more. But now let me cut this side as well. Just in the bends, just where the photo book bends. That way you can place this down here and it's not going to affect your pages like that. So now what we're gonna do, I'm gonna pull in my hot glue here, and we are going to start gluing our fabric down to our photo book. So you can also, if you want to cut out these corners so that it isn't super bulky, you can do that as well. If you are wanting to cut out the corners, what you would need to do is we're gonna cut straight across from this side over to the bottom of the book and then straight up from this side like that. So you can see here how we kind of have a notched out corner, and we can fold it this way and then this way and it not be bulky. So I'm just gonna actually go ahead and notch all my corners just like that, so that I don't have that bulkiness. I don't want that bulkiness, so I'm just gonna notch all my corners. And it doesn't have to be exactly even all the way across, as long as we are folding it. Take that out. So here's where we're at. We have all of our corners notched, just like that. Now we are ready to start gluing these down. We will start on this side here. So I'm just going to grab my hot glue gun, add that there, fold that up, and then I think I'm gonna fold the top down before I do this side over here, just like that. And then last we will do this side here. And I actually think I'm going to cut a little bit more off of this piece like that. Beautiful. Okay, now we have the beginning of our photo album. Look how cute! Now what I'm going to do is I need to glue this down. I'm kind of curious to see how this hot glue is going to do with this plastic. It looks like just a little bit of dot in the middle is okay. I just want to really hold that down right there. And then I will use not hot glue to put the rest, like more fabric through the middle, which can also be used as like a little, not that you necessarily need to have a bookmark on a photo album, but it could be cute. So I'm just adding this there, like that. Okay, you see how that looks? And then we'll finish that out here in a little bit. And now we're gonna flip this side over and we're gonna do the same thing. And you can see, it doesn't affect it too much when you fold it together. Now, once we get photos in there, it shouldn't either. If for some reason you feel like it does affect it, you can always just cut that down. But we do need that there to make it look finished on the edge like that. Okay, so anyway, we're gonna keep going. So we've got our corners notched. We're moving our fabric around like this. I'm gonna do top and bottom before I do the side again. I think it's super cute. Now we're gonna add some trim to this and our ribbon, and then we will add our inside pieces. So I wanna make sure that that goes on really well. So now what we are going to do is we are going to add our, so now what we're gonna do is we're going to add our white trim. I am so stinking excited about this. So how we're gonna do this is we're once again gonna do this with hot glue. And we're gonna turn corners like this to kind of make it look rounded. And I'll show you how we do that. So I'm not gonna cut any of this yet because I don't want it to be cut off and then straight up. I want to be able to fold this in like a corner and glue that down and keep on running along the edge here so that it has a very seamless look like that. Okay, so once again, we're gonna use our hot glue for this because it does take a couple hours to set with the other glue, and we're gonna cut a piece of fabric that goes on top, and so I'm gonna kind of spread some other glue on top of all of this to adhere it down even more. So I'm just going to add a little bit more hot glue here, and I'm just going across the bottom first. So let me move this out of the way so we can make sure we get it down really well. And it is positioned on the edge where we want it. Make sure you don't run your finger through that hot glue like I just did. And now, I'm trying to decide which way I want to fold it, I think. So I wanted to bring you guys closer so you could see. So what I am doing, let me turn it around this way so you can really understand. I think what I want to do is take my finger and just kind of, you see how this is folding forward? I want to hot glue this right here so that I can turn this corner and bring this up this way, like this. So I've got this kind of turn. I'm gonna grab my hot glue and I'm going to fold that corner in like that. I'm gonna hold that down for just a second. And now I've got it turned going up this way, and now I can start adding hot glue this way. So now that you kind of know how we're going to turn this corner, we're going to do the same thing. You see when we turn it this way how it folds up, how it comes up, and we can just kind of fold it over on itself right there and hot glue that down. So I'm just going to bring it over, crease that corner, add some hot glue there and hold that down like that. And then we're gonna bring it around this way, hot glue it back there as well. I'm like being very impatient and I want to see what this looks like because I really don't think that I'm going to be able to deal with how cute this is. Oh my gosh, guys. Are you kidding me right now? Look how stinking cute this is going to be. I cannot deal with this. Okay. So now that we have that, I'm trying to decide if I want to cut this all the way across or if I just want to cut. I think I'm going to start by cutting just right here, kind of like we did with the fabric. You see how I can do that? And then I can open this up and then hot glue this piece here and then cut it again and keep going. Part of me feels like I should do, that's what I need to do. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. I've got this piece cut, but I need to add a little bit more glue right here to put that down. I'm going to flip this open. Now you can see right here how I can snip this and it doesn't mess up my trim. And now I can kind of snip this right there, glue that down in the middle there, and then that can flip on the other side of the pages. So that's what we're going to do. And I'm going to glue this down. Ta-da. And then we are going to keep working our way all the way around our book. Okay, so we're turning the corner here. I'm gonna lay this down this way. And then once that is set, I'm gonna pull this up and glue under there too. Now, once again here at the bottom, I'm going to snip that trim there. I'm going to pull this back, add some more hot glue. Beautiful. Then we'll open this back up and we will finish out our trim right here. And cut it all the way down. And I need to cut just a smidgen off of here. Like this. Look how cute. I can't even handle this. Now, I will say that it is making this it's thicker, so it's not like closing shut, which is why because once you start putting pictures in it, it's just going to hold open even more. And this is why I can't, like, this is just so cute. Ooh. So anyway, this is why we're going to add our ribbon inside here as well to be able to tie the photo album shut. So what we're going to do, and with this ribbon, you have to think when you're putting your ribbon in there, you have to think of how you want it laying out. So initially, my first thought is, oh, this is a velvet ribbon. I'm going to do it this way with the velvet on the top. But when you hold the book up, you're going to see the back side of the ribbon, which thankfully the back side of this ribbon is not ugly. Yes, it is meant to be frayed like that. It is just a very thin velvet ribbon. And we actually cut it in half. It was a thicker velvet ribbon. You can kind of see where we cut it in half. It's a little bit uneven, but it's not a big deal. Use what you have, guys. That's the whole point of this. So I think we're gonna add the ribbon here like this. I don't know exactly how long I want it, but I do know I want it right here in the center. So I'm going to add this here like that, and then I'm going to cut this off. Now I am cutting it pretty long right now. I want it to be longer because I don't want to cut it too short and then realize at the end of this that I needed it longer. So adding to this side as well, cutting off some excess string here that I do not need. Imagine doing this as a like craft project together with a group of some of your best friends, and then putting pictures of all of your friends in there together. This is such a good, simple craft, I feel like. And it's kind of taking it back old school, like how we used to craft all the time. Now, the next thing is I'm going to grab my, I think I'm going to use a couple brushes or a brush for this. And I think I'm going to brush on this fabric glue for the inside. Now, for this, we're going to finish off. You can finish off with the same fabric. You can finish off with a different fabric if you want. Part of me feels like, should we finish it off with a different fabric? Or should we just do the same? I'm going back and forth. I have a couple different ideas. Oh, I have a great idea. We have this beautiful green fabric that has this gold detail that I think I'm gonna do. But first, now, if you wanted to, you could have your Cricut cut the fabric for this. I know that most of us do not have the capabilities, or not most of us. If you have a maker, you can cut this cotton fabric unbonded with your rotary blade. We're just gonna use scissors today. I'm going to measure, and then we will mark out how large we want our piece to be. So I don't want to go all the way to the top here. I think I want to do, maybe we will do 6 by 4.5. Yeah, we'll do 6 by 4.5. So I'm going to kind of move this to the side. I'm going to lay my fabric out on the back side. I've got a straight edge ruler here, and I'm just going to mark, we'll mark from the top, 6 by 4.5. I'll go 4 3/4 just to be on the safe side. And then we're just going to go back to the top like that. We will grab our fabric scissors, and I'm gonna cut this piece off, and we're gonna see if it works, see how well it does. And then if it is perfect, then we will just take this and cut another piece identical to this. Okay, so I'm gonna set this to the side for just a second. I'm going to bring this back in, and y'all, this is pretty close to perfect. Let me see if I can, let me move it around to this side. I think this other side was just a little bit, oh my God, I'm obsessed. I'm actually obsessed. Okay, so we know we need, I mean, look how cute when we go here to here. Okay, sorry. I get a little too crazy. I also want to get this ribbon kind of out of the way, so I'm going to cut this ribbon the same length as my first one. Get that out there. We are going to kind of put that right there. We're going to bring this fabric back in here. Let me get to a corner, a good corner. Bloop. We'll just work over here where we were at. Straight across to where we were. Now we have our 2 pieces that are going to go on the inside of our photo album. So let's kind of arrange these how we want them, like that. I can't get over this. Part of me wants to say this is one of my favorites, but like, they've all been so good so far, all of these crafts. let us know in the comments, like, have you been enjoying Vlogtober? What are you most excited about? Is there something specific you would like to see? Leave us a comment. Let us know your thoughts. Okay, so because I'm going to be brushing this on, I don't think I'm going to use the nozzle that came with it. I think I'm just going to open up these brushes. And I do believe, now I've not done this, so we're just doing it all together. I'm just going to put quite a bit of this on there and then kind of brush this on. Ooh. And brush this down here. Maybe I should add the nozzle. Maybe brushing it is not the move. Maybe we will add the nozzle for the other side. Hey, I tried. We're trying new things. We're trying new things, guys. Okay, so let me put this down. I'm just going to press this. And what I'm hoping for is that this fabric glue just really seals everything together. You know what I mean? That's why I didn't want to go, I didn't necessarily want to go hot glue on this. I probably will still hot glue these edges a little bit just because they are, you see this, how this is, let me turn it around so you can see, like this right here. Or maybe I'll do what I should have done from the beginning. And maybe don't squeeze so hard. Don't squeeze as hard as I did, because it does come out. It doesn't stop coming out is the main thing. Upside down. Still coming out. Okay, that's fine. Okay, there's one side. Now, let's do this other side. Now this, I am going to squeeze pretty good because we need quite a bit through here. Now, we'll get this piece laid down just like this. And I'm kind of spreading the glue under my fingers onto all of the fabric so that it really gets on there good. And now, the only piece left we have is our middle piece, but I don't know if I want ribbon covering that or how I want to, or is it gonna make it too thick? I don't know. I kind of want to hold off on this middle piece because I don't think it looks terrible. It could be a little bit more finished looking. Maybe I will add ribbon here. I'm still going back and forth. I don't know, because I want to see how well this closes. Oh my God, guys. Can we look at this? Look. And then you open it up and you have this, but we're not done. We're not done. We're still going to put some HTV on this so that we can label our Christmas album. So let's go ahead and hop over into Design Space and let's get our HTV portion set up. We're gonna get it cut and then we're gonna add our HTV to our photo album. One more quick thing we do need to do before we get into Design Space is we need to measure our photo album to see our parameters as far as how large we can make our words. So our photo album is going to be 6 3/4 by 5 1/4. So let's hop into Design Space and we're gonna make our guide for our photo album. 6 3/4 by 5 1/4. So now that we are here in Design Space, first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab a shape. I'm gonna grab the square. I'm gonna unlock the size aspect ratio. And I said my height was 6 3/4. and our width was 5 1/4. So here's going to be representation of our photo album. And the font that I'm going to be using today is going to be Noel Grace. So I'm going to hop over to the Makers Gonna Learn website, and I'm going to, you can either search Noel Grace. It is currently right now on the front page. It is a new font and I love it, especially for this project. So I'm going to click the arrow pointing down to download a font from our website. You are then going to have to double click that and install that font onto your computer for Cricut to be able to recognize it. So it says a version of this font already exists, but I'm going to keep both. We're going to skip this one. So now I should be able to go to Design Space, File or View, Reload. We do want to save our project. And now it should recognize our new font that we have uploaded. So I'm going to grab a text box, go to our system fonts, Noel Grace here. Beautiful. And I think I want to make this, I'm going to make it white. I think I'm going to use white as my HTV. And I want to make this Christmas 2025 because also I will say this is a very, very thin font. So cutting it on HTV is a must, but even then, if you try to cut it and you're having issues, one thing that I suggest, because although I am going to make this large enough to go across the whole front like this, it's still going to be kind of thin. If you want to, you can add an offset and add a 0.01 offset. We're going to see what that looks like, how much, if the font is thicker. Okay, and it definitely is. So I think I'm going to go with that offset of the font like this. And then I'm going to grab another text box and we're going to do 2025. And I kind of want to put it there, but I'm still going to do it offset. So I'm going to do a 0.01 offset. We're going to see what that looks like. I actually think that the 2025 I like better with the numbers. I like better without the offset. So I'm going to keep it like this, change it to white. Yeah, I think that's still good. I think that's okay. I think I like that. And then select both of these and attach them together. And now I'm ready to cut my HTV. So we're going to go to Make It. We are going to mirror our vinyl. I should have got rid of the red square because that was just a guide. We're just going to go to Continue. We're going to set this on Everyday Iron On, and now we're ready to load it into our machine.
Oh my gosh, guys, what do you think? I am absolutely obsessed with this. Imagine getting this. If I were a host and I got this as a gift with a disposable camera for the event, I would be floored. This is such an outside of the box thinking for a hostess gift. Not only that, you can do it for yourself. You could do it as a little craft night with your kids, grandkids, best friends, whatever. You can do this for your family members if you want to create something sentimental to really hold family pictures. There are so many ways you can utilize this and use this. I'm absolutely obsessed. I can't. And it doesn't even have to be Christmas themed. Imagine this as a baby shower gift, or you give them like a disposable camera, or you get pictures printed off for a baby book. There are so many different things you can do with this. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on. Now, one thing I do want to talk about is the trim. I just wanted to let you guys know we got a 1/2 yard of trim, and this is how much we have left. So depending on the size of photo album you are using, I think you could probably do 3 4x6 photo albums with about 1 yard. This is not going to be enough to do another one. It would be enough to do one side. So I do think that a full yard would do 3 photo albums if you wanted to add this trim. And as far as the fabric, we didn't use much at all. Our inside panels were like 4.5 by 6 or 4 by 6.5. I don't remember. And then the outside, we used very little
as well. So if you guys have liked this craft, make sure you hit that thumbs up button, subscribe to our channel, and hit that bell notification so that you can be notified every time we get crafty, especially for the month of October, for Vlogtober. You don't want to miss anything. And if you think these crafts are good, you just wait until you see everything we've got planned for Christmas Craft Week. We have some of the best in the industry joining us. We have, I'd say, probably 25 plus crafts at this point. We have so many crafts we're doing. Plus, something else I've been forgetting to mention in all of our other videos is we have over $2,000 worth of giveaways. So if you haven't signed up, click that first link down below. Get signed up today. You're not going to want to miss it. Once again, you think we're going hard now? Wait till you see Christmas Craft Week. It's going to be an event that you definitely don't want to miss. So get signed up today. Be there or be square. And once again, subscribe to our channel. It's free. It's free. And so is Christmas Craft Week, just in case you didn't know. It is going to be the Christmas event of the season. We are truly wanting you to have the best handmade holiday ever. And I cannot wait to see you guys there. We'll see you in the next one. Bye, guys.